Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a journey to the undersea kingdom of Poseidon, the Greek god of the sea. We will follow him from the beginning of his life when the world was ruled by titans, and see as he rises to power in his kingdom beneath the sea. We'll relax in the rain that he sends pitter-pattering across the diverse and beautiful landscape of Greece, and we'll ride with him on his horse-drawn chariot across the waves of the Mediterranean. Before we begin, however, let us take a moment to relax and find peace and comfort in the place that we are in, here and now. Close your eyes and allow your body to sink into your comfortable place of rest for the night. Here and now, there are no obligations, there is no to-do list, and there are no responsibilities. By simply closing your eyes and listening to the sound of my voice, you are already giving your body nourishing rest. Anything else, anything deeper that you are seeking will come in time. For now, trust that with every passing second, your body is being rejuvenated by you simply following along with me and gradually winding down. With your eyes closed and your body growing more comfortable, I'd like you to imagine something with me for a second. You are no longer in your bed. You are comfortably resting in a beautiful meadow in the center of a thick and lush forest. All around you, trees and flowers are in full bloom. You can smell the fragrant aroma of the forest with every slow, deep, nourishing breath that fills your lungs. And in that mix of lovely, relaxing scents, you can smell the invigorating fragrance of rain. Overhead, the clouds are gray and heavy. They look so close that you feel like you could reach out and touch them. And yet, you begin to notice something peculiar. It is, indeed, raining all around you. You watch the lazy, thick little droplets plink, plink, plink into the prospering grass beside you. They bounce off of the green canopy of leaves at the edge of the meadow and drip down, down, down into the grass. There's a mist around you, the type of low gossamer that only comes with an early autumn or spring rainstorm. And yet, you cannot feel the rain on your skin. Just above you, there appears to be a force field of some sort, a see-through barrier protecting you from the cool touch of the rain. You watch as the raindrops plink against it, sending a circle rippling out across the surface of the barrier from their touch. You watch the droplets for quite some time, feeling more relaxed with each one. Slowly, your eyes begin to close once more. Your jaw untightens, no longer clenching in any way. Your tongue falls away from the roof of your mouth and lies softly on the bottom of your mouth. Your shoulders fall away from your ears, giving you room to truly relax. This feeling of relaxation travels down your body like a wave. You feel it wash over your chest, allowing you to breathe more deeply and sink more into the surface you're sleeping on. Your heart finds a steady rhythm. Your arms and legs release any tension they've been carrying, all the way down to the tips of your toes and your fingers. Now that we have taken the time to relax and find peace and comfort in the place that we are in here and now, let us begin our story. Poseidon was not born as the king of the ocean. In fact, he was born at a time when the oceans were still new, when the world was still figuring out itself and the mysteries and intricacies within it. His mother, Rhea, was the Titan goddess, and his father, Cronus, was in charge of the heavens and the earth itself. Cronus had vast, impressive power that he was desperate to keep. Cronus himself overthrew his father, Uranus, quite some time before Poseidon's birth. And when he did, Cronus's father gave him a warning that one of his children would overthrow him. Terrified of losing his power, Cronus knew he could not allow the children he had to grow to adulthood. When Rhea had her children, she marveled at them. Holding baby Poseidon in her arms, Rhea was astounded by the depth of wisdom she could already feel radiating from him. She knew he would go on to do great things. And she also knew that would scare her husband. And she was right, because soon after their birth, Cronus swallowed his children, hiding them in a place between worlds. For quite some time, Poseidon was hidden from the world. It wasn't until Zeus, his younger brother, rescued him and his siblings that he was welcomed back into the world. A war was then waged between Cronus and the Titans, and Zeus, Poseidon, and their godly siblings. It was during this war that Poseidon took hold of his trident, a fishing spear which allowed him to take control of the earth and heavens away from Cronus. After Cronus fell and the three brothers, Zeus, Poseidon and Hades found themselves in control of it, they looked over the beautiful land before them with wide eyes. They knew they had to split the kingdoms of the universe up between each other, and so they did just that. Zeus became the god of the heavens and earth. Hades became the god of the underworld, and Poseidon became god of the water and seas. Poseidon settled into his role as the god of the seas with grace and dignity. He was known for being almost as powerful as his brother Zeus, although more reserved and relaxed than the sometimes abrasive god of the heavens. Poseidon set off across the brand new earth that was theirs to rule in search of a kingdom that he could call his own. When he landed at the edge of the Aegean Sea, the clouds overhead were a swirl of gray and black. A storm had been brewing for quite some time. A mist hung in the air that seemed to dance across the surface of the sea that was only darker with the shade from the clouds overhead. Poseidon looked out over the sea and sky for quite some time, marveling at the beauty of it all. Marveling because he also knew that all of it, every droplet of it, was under his control. He raised his hands in the air, watching the sky above with a sparkle in his eye. As his hands lifted, rain began to pour down, down, down from the clouds. It seemed to simmer against the ocean, letting out puffs of mist and condensation that hung heavy across the surface of the sea. The sound of rain brought Poseidon a sense of peace and calm. He continued to raise his hands, allowing the storm to come down upon the earth with much more force. The sound of the rain pitter-pattering against the golden sand and the breathtaking sea was enough to put Poseidon to sleep. Knowing that it was time to descend beneath the waves, Poseidon lowered his hands, and as he lowered them, the rain came to a stop. He allowed the clouds to remain, relishing in the air of melancholy peace it brought across his domain. Poseidon climbed aboard his chariot, a chariot drawn by the finest horses the world had ever seen. It was Poseidon himself who invited horses soon after the gods took control of the earth. He gifted them to the humans, to the gods, to everyone. He loved them deeply and wholeheartedly. Every day when he climbed aboard his chariot, he would softly pet the muzzles of the stark white horses pulling it. They were gentle creatures, kind creatures who looked at Poseidon with stars in their eyes. He treated them well, and his adoration for them showed everywhere that he went. His chariot was one of the finest in the world. mass of gold that sparked even in the dim light that filters in after a rainstorm. Some spots on the outside were flecked with barnacles, draped with seaweed that hadn't slipped off from the last time he emerged from the seas. But Poseidon paid it no mind. He was happy to have the sea with him everywhere he went. He settled onto the lush, luxurious bench seat inside the chariot. He could feel a strange warmth inside of him, something tugging at him to pay attention. He knew that today would be the day that he would find the right spot for his kingdom. He smiled at his horses and snapped the reins on his chariot, urging them on. With ease, the horses carried him onto the sea. With Poseidon's powers, the horses were able to glide across the surface of the ocean with ease. The chariot flew over the water, kicking up a mist behind it as it meandered over the waves in long, smooth movements. Every turn, every move was like gliding on ice. Poseidon loved the feeling of the mist kicking up around him, the mist tangling in his hair and his beard, as the aroma of the briny, beautiful sea washed over him. There was no place he felt more at home than on the top of the ocean, at least not yet. He snapped the reins again, and with the snap, the horses descended down into the waves. All of them could easily breathe, no matter how deep they traveled down into the water. The transition from the surface to the world below was like entering an entirely different world. The noise beneath the waves was muffled, more peaceful, and Poseidon truly believed that everything was much more beautiful here as well. He loved the way the light streamed down through the waves, creating magical streaks of gold and blue in the clear water. He loved the way things seemed to be frozen in time under here. Things moved slower. Things were more peaceful. There was nothing demanding his attention. Nothing that couldn't be handled until the waves shifted again or the moon came out to play. Poseidon guided his beloved horses through the beautiful underwater world. They glided across a ridge rising from the ocean floor, and as they did, something urged Poseidon to stop. The ridge was alive with underwater greenery, seaweed that swayed in the particularly gentle current here, shellfish and crustaceans and sea stars that happily went about their lives in the peaceful stretch of home they had carved out for themselves. The minute he saw the otherworldly spot, Poseidon knew that it was where he would make his kingdom. And, indeed, soon after he located it, he built a palace beyond any of the gods' wildest streams. Towers of mother of pearl sprung up from the earth, curved and smooth, much like the seashells peppering the ocean floor around it. Grand halls emerged from the sand, bedrooms full of every luxurious fabric imaginable. The halls themselves sparkled with gold, silver, and the finest gemstones that could be found on the earth. But perhaps what Poseidon was most excited about were the stables. There, he had enough room to store all of the horses he desired, and he picked the finest on earth. They were as white as snow, a color that popped out against the backdrop of the ocean no matter where they wandered. Their manes were golden, so golden that they looked like bits of the sun had been woven into them. Their hooves were brazen, ensuring that they could take the god anywhere that he needed to go. In his kingdom, Poseidon was pleased. Most days, he would lounge in his grand hall and watch what was going on in the earth above. As the god of the seas and the weather, he kept a close eye on the ships overhead to see if they needed his help, or perhaps the opposite. If there were families in need, or inexperienced sailors desperate to get to shore, often Poseidon would clear storms and calm the seas, giving them plenty of time to get safely on shore somewhere. When they did, of course, they would praise the god, thanking him for sparing their lives. On the other hand, if there were ships heading to war, armies heading to distant lands to cause trouble, Poseidon would often ensure they were met with trouble. He wasn't fond of violence, nor did he thirst for drama like some of his siblings. He wanted the world to be a peaceful place, and for humans within it to be happy. But after living alone in the kingdom for quite some time, Poseidon discovered that he himself wasn't as happy as he could be. Many of the other gods had wives, and Poseidon longed dearly to have someone to call his own. He traveled up to the surface on a particularly sunny day and settled on the island of Naxos. In the golden sand there, he was delighted to see the Nereids, a group of sea nymphs. They offered to dance for Poseidon. Having been alone for quite some time, Poseidon was thrilled by the offer. He sat back in the sand against a tree and watched in awe as the Nereids danced for him. Each of the girls seemed to be more graceful, more energetic, more beautiful than the last. They smiled at the god, sending sparks of warmth traveling through his body. But then, one sea nymph caught Poseidon's eye. It was as if everything else in the world faded away. The other dancers did not matter. From that moment on, all that mattered was her. Her name was Amphitrite. She was the eldest of the Nereids and was known to be one of the most kind and worldly. When she caught the god staring at her, her heart leapt in her chest. She had never seen anyone look at her that way, let alone a god. She continued to dance, and as she did, she could not shake the feeling of the god's eyes on her. There was a kindness in them, a wisdom that she had never seen anyone possess before, and yet it made her nervous. Amphitrite had spent most of her life caring for her sisters and making sure that they were all right. She spent her days making music with them, dancing with them, and enjoying their time together. She had heard that marriage, that being with another was to lose yourself, and Amphitrite did not want that. When the dance was finished, no one was surprised that Poseidon approached Amphitrite. He handed her a flower from the sea and smiled at her. In his usual low, calm voice, he told Amphitrite that he was enchanted by her. Her sisters watched on with wide, dreamy eyes, thrilled that Amphitrite had garnered the affection of a god. But Amphitrite was not entirely kind to Poseidon. She coldly thanked him and asked him when he would be going back to the sea. Her sisters were surprised by her reaction, as was Poseidon. But as they continued to talk, he started to understand. Surely this was intimidating for her, and surely she had heard some things about his siblings' marriages that had scared her away from the idea of marrying a god altogether. Undeterred, he told Amphitrite that he would be honored to have her as his bride. While her sisters were swooning on the sidelines, pretending not to be listening, Amphitrite was frozen with the proposal. She told Poseidon that her answer was no. She would not marry him, not now, not ever. To her own surprise, Poseidon simply nodded and quietly told her that he understood. Amphitrite watched from the edge of the lush forest as Poseidon bid everyone farewell and started his journey back to the sea. He readied his horses for the journey back to his kingdom, and as he did, something sparked Amphitrite's interest. Poseidon spoke to his horses as if they were people. He was kind to them, gentle to them. When he spoke to them, Amphitrite could practically see the love, respect, and affection sparkling in his eyes. He waved farewell to everyone as he descended into the sea, his horses leading the way as usual. Just before he disappeared into the water, he caught Amphitrite's eye. There was a glow in his eyes for her, an undeniable attachment that Amphitrite knew would be challenging for him to shake. As soon as he was gone, Amphitrite began packing her most important possessions in a small bag. She told her sisters that she was going. She knew the ways of the gods. They always got whatever they wanted. And she was sure if Poseidon wanted to marry her, he would do so by whatever means necessary. Instead of being forced into marrying him, Amphitrite decided it would be best to go into hiding. She went on her journey inland along the rivers, gliding over them with ease. She stopped to rest in the warmth of the sun some days, soaking in the beauty of the landscape around her while she did so. It was a journey she embarked on alone, and as such, she had plenty of time to think. She did not want to become one of the wives of the gods, always nervous, never an equal, never valued as much as their husbands. She did not want to be a trophy in Poseidon's court. She did not want to be kept away from the things she enjoyed so greatly, swimming in rivers, helping her siblings, making music and dancing for gods. She didn't want to give up her independence for anyone, no matter how powerful they may be. And so, she traveled upriver to the Atlas Mountains. There, she created a cozy, temporary home for herself in the forests surrounding a waterfall. She played music and relaxed there, hoping that Poseidon would move on to someone else. Meanwhile, Poseidon sat in his castle, far away and below the sparkling sea. He could not get images of Amphitrite out of his head. He felt like he could hear her melodic voice playing over and over in his head, and it only made him more drawn to her. He spoke to some others about her and learned of her love of the sea, of the water, of her siblings. Her independent nature only made Poseidon more drawn to her. And so, he knew he could not give up on her. He went searching for her on the island. He wanted to tell her that he would not harm her, that he would not treat her as poorly as his siblings treated their spouses. But she was nowhere to be found. Her sisters refused to say where she was, and Poseidon was not one to threaten. Poseidon spent several days searching for his long-lost love. He searched beneath seaweed, under barnacles, around every bend in the river and rock in the sea. His search turned up empty at the end of each day, and he felt his worry and need to have her close deepening. Not knowing what else to do, he called upon Delphinus, his beloved dolphin. He believed that Delphinus would have better luck finding the goddess. He told Delphinus to tell Amphitrite that he would allow her to keep her freedom, to do all the things she enjoyed. that he simply wanted to love her. Delphinus set off in search of Amphitrite. He traveled along the coast of the Aegean Sea, gliding through the water with grace and with ease. He journeyed down each river he came across in search of her. But with every river he traveled down, he found himself out of luck. Finally, he made his way down a long, winding river that led to the Atlas Mountains. At every curve in the river, he called out to Amphitrite, but at every curve, there was no answer. He was approaching the end of the river at a small, peaceful pond below the base of a glistening waterfall. And it was there that he heard an ethereal voice singing out into the misty morning air. Delphinus rose from the water, wondering who could possibly be singing more beautifully than the Muses. Amphitrite sat on a rock beneath the waterfall. She combed out her hair as she sang absent-mindedly to herself. When her eyes fell upon Delphinus, she giggled and apologized for not noticing him sooner. Delphinus knew instantly why Poseidon had so easily fallen in love with the beautiful woman. The warmth she radiated was some of the most heartwarming things Delphinus had ever felt. He approached Amphitrite slowly and kindly. He told her up front that he was here on behalf of Poseidon. Amphitrite's smile fell. She instantly looked ready to fight, to defend herself. But Delphinus assured her there would be no need. He was not there to kidnap Amphitrite. He was here to speak to her. Her guard fell the moment that truth tumbled from his lips. She had never heard of a god doing something like this before. Delphinus told Amphitrite about what Poseidon had said, that he wanted her to retain her freedom and live a beautiful, full life. She could do whatever she pleased. Poseidon just wanted her by his side as an equal. Amphitrite was amazed, in awe of a god saying such a thing. Then Delphinus spoke from the heart. He told her about all the kind things he had witnessed the god do. At his core, he was a kind, benevolent ruler, a ruler who cared for peace and for the people around him, not so much for power. He was no Zeus, that was for certain. Amphitrite's heart began to grow for Poseidon. She remembered the kindness that he cared for his animals with. She had never heard of any man wanting a woman to be his equal. She knew marriage was in her future, and if she was to be wed, she wanted it to be to a man who thought that way. With a smile, she agreed to go back to the palace with Delphinus. When Delphinus arrived at the underwater castle with Amphitrite, Poseidon could not believe his eyes. The goddess was somehow even more beautiful beneath the waves. She looked over the kingdom in wonder, amazed that such a place could exist. Poseidon gently took her by the hand and welcomed her to her new home. That afternoon, the two had a wedding that was attended by all the gods. As they exchanged vows, Amphitrite could see the love glistening in his eyes. She felt valued by him, and this was just the beginning. The gods and Nereids celebrated all night together, and the marriage was as Poseidon had promised. Every day, he and Amphitrite would awaken in each other's arms. Some days, they'd lounge around the castle with each other. Others, Amphitrite would head up to the island to visit her sisters, to play music, to dance. Every passing day they seemed to only grow happier together. After such a troubling childhood, Poseidon had created not only a castle for himself, but a family. The two ruled over the seas as the king and queen, and everyone was grateful to have them. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we embark on a magical journey to ancient Greece, where we will forge inspiring, wondrous creations with Hephaestus, the god of fire, blacksmiths, craftsmen, and forges. We will learn about his origin story, about his rise from the rejected son of a goddess to the craftsman for the gods. Mount Olympus was a beautiful place, and the palace atop a cloud-shrouded mountain peak was a wonderland of gold and marble, fit with the finest furnishings and abound with the most delectable, remarkable food that could be found in the world. Mount Olympus was fit for a king, or in this case, for the gods. High above the cities of Greece, Mount Olympus was where all the principal gods resided. Though they were powerful beings with divine abilities, wisdom, and wealth beyond imagination, they had many human qualities, and as with people, conflicts were common among the mighty gods of Olympus. The Greek gods were not perfect beings, and Zeus, the king of the gods and the god of sky and thunder, was perhaps one of the most imperfect of them all. He and his wife, Hera, the goddess of marriage, women, and family, often found themselves in disagreements. Their relationship frequently found itself in a state of discord because Zeus often had affairs with mortals, and sometimes he even had children simply by himself. At one point early in the lives of the Greek gods, Zeus created his daughter Athena with no participation by anyone else. This solo conception greatly hurt Hera, who decided to set forth and have a solo conception of her own. Athena was a beautiful, wise, intelligent goddess, the goddess of wisdom, handicraft, and courage. Anyone would be lucky to have her as their daughter, and Hera set out to have a child that was even more impressive than Athena herself. It wasn't an easy task, and though she knew it may go poorly, she decided to go about with it anyway. It was too painful and too embarrassing that Zeus, her husband, had had a child without her. She thought that having one of her own would remedy that Zeus would be jealous and understand the pain he had put her through. One night, as the moon rose high above Mount Olympus, casting a blanket of beautiful silver light across the marble and gold floors, Hera gave birth to her child that she had conceived on her own. Outside, the wind stopped blowing against the walls of the palace and the lush grasses surrounding it. The crickets stopped chirping. There was no sound except for the sound of her child taking his first breath. When Hera looked down on her newborn, she was expecting the son of a goddess, a son that essentially glowed from the inside out, a son that was beautiful, special, perfect even. Other children of the Greek gods and goddesses usually had a magical energy about them that radiated from deep inside them. But as she looked down at her newborn, there was none to be found. Her son was much less than perfect. He did not have a face of a godly perfection, nor hair that glowed in the moonlight, nor eyes that sparkled when he smiled. He was a child with what the gods would have considered flaws. Hera was devastated, not just devastated about not having the type of son she was expecting, but devastated about how he had come to be, and about what Zeus had done to her. She felt great shame, anger, and frustration, so much so that she could hardly contain herself. In her grief and disappointment, she cast her son away. Her son, Hephaestus, spiraled down through the clouds of Mount Olympus and sailed toward the earth below, a world far, far away from the gods, away from Hera and Zeus, and all the trouble they had brewed with one another. It was a long and dangerous journey, one that not every person could survive, let alone a child. Hephaestus landed far below Mount Olympus, splashing into the sea off the coast of the island of Lemnos. The seas there were beautiful, an expanse of cerulean, cyan, sapphire, and navy, all swirling and splashing in the light of the moon. However, the seas were no place for a child, and certainly no place for a child as vulnerable as Hephaestus. But soon after he landed in the cool water, hands wrapped around him, he stopped crying as he felt the warmth of their touch. And when he gazed up at the eyes of the person helping him, even he, as young as he was, knew he was going to be saved. The woman looked down at Hephaestus with pity and worry in her stunning blue eyes, eyes that mirrored the ocean around him. She rose out of the waves unnaturally, standing upon their surface as if she was standing in the grass of a meadow in the distant mountains he had just been tossed from. She rocked him gently, cradling his head and smiling down upon him. The warmth she showed him instantly soothed him, causing a wave of serenity to wash over him and welcome him to this brand new world, the world he should have been taken into in the first place. "What have we here, little one?" the woman cooed, looking over Hephaestus. She tickled the bottom of his foot, a twisted foot that would never function like a typical one, but made no difference to her. He giggled at her gentle, motherly touch, and she couldn't help but smile. Her name was Thetis, a sea nymph and a goddess of water. Her history had been entangled with Zeus's and the other Greek gods and goddesses for quite some time, but mainly she remained down on earth, watching over the seas and taking it upon herself to look after the people that had fallen in them. It had been a mostly calm night when Hephaestus landed in her ocean, and for that she was grateful. She could not imagine the child being out here in rough waters. Thetis felt an immense connection and warmth towards the child, but she knew of the nature of the Greek gods. She had no desire to be drawn into their squabbles, and yet she knew she had to find a safe place for Hephaestus to grow and learn. She wrapped the child in a cloth in her arms and rocked him gently for a moment, staring down at him adoringly. She ran her hand over his hair and whispered to him, "I am going to give you the best childhood possible, my boy. But it will not be with the gods. It will be with the people here. You will grow and laugh and spend every day playing and learning in the sunshine here, away from them, unaware of the past that is far behind you." With those kind words, she tightened her grip on Hephaestus. With ease, she sailed across the ocean, carrying the young child in her arms. The ocean spray rose all around her, a veil that surrounded her and gave her a magical glow that caused young Hephaestus to giggle and reach out for her in awe She could already see that he was going to be something special, that there was a unique magic in him right from the start. She landed upon the shores of Lemnos, a beautiful island in the Aegean Sea. The island had cliffs that rose high into the clouds, forests of olive and citrus trees, and the most remarkable of all, stunning coastline that kissed the edge of the sea, stretching from the villages to the remote, distant hills. Thetis took Hephaestus, a sparkling bundle of joy, and brought him to the doorstep of one of the families within the village. They were a solitary people, far removed from the other people in Greece, and most importantly, far removed from the gods. Living here, Hephaestus wouldn't know of his lineage. He would know nothing of his story, of how he was cast aside without a thought. Here, he could live a beautiful life, a happy life. Thetis waved to young Hephaestus as she walked into the waves that lapped against the beautiful shoreline. It hurt her to say goodbye to the precious child, but she knew it was for the best. She descended into the waves, leaving him to the people in the village. When the sun crested over the mountains on the island, bathing the village in the beautiful golden glow of the morning light, the villagers awakened, setting out to fish, forage, and craft, as they did nearly every day. But today was different, because today they had a new member of the village, and one particular family gained a brand new member. No one knew of Hephaestus's parentage, and no one on the island cared much about the deformity that had caused Hera to toss young Hephaestus away. The family whose doorstep he was set upon took him in with smiles on their faces, grateful to have such a lovely little boy to raise. They cradled him in their arms, promising that they would give him a good life. And indeed, they did. Hephaestus was raised on one of the most beautiful islands in the world, surrounded by people who loved him. Every morning, he would awaken to the sound of birds singing and follow the other children out into the meadows, where they would play games and try to make sense of the world around them. Sometimes they would spend afternoons on the beach, where they'd lounge in the sun and swim in the chilly, refreshing waves. In the afternoons, Hephaestus would join his family in their daily chores. Unlike some of the children, Hephaestus enjoyed doing chores alongside his family. It gave him time to chat, to learn, but most of all, it gave him time to work with his hands. Because of his lameness, It was challenging for Hephaestus to play some physical games with the other children. When they played games with a ball, running around and giggling, he would often find himself sitting on the sidelines, unable to join in. But instead of growing discouraged, Hephaestus would often turn to something else. From a young age, he felt inexplicably drawn to building and crafting things from supplies around the island. When he was just a toddler, he would find rocks and play with them, crafting them into crude little spearheads or toys. As he grew older, his desire to craft only grew more and more. He spent much of his time on the far corner of the island, where the local blacksmith had a forge. On rainy days, when the island became quiet and there were no chores to be done, Hephaestus would tiptoe away from his house, sneaking away before his parents even noticed he was gone. He'd meander through the rain, breathing in the scent of the magical island, the fresh aroma of the citrus orchards, the briny scent of the sea, the earthy, invigorating scent of the loam and the sand. It all filled him with a sense of belonging and a sense of excitement. But there was one smell that would spark within him something unlike anything else: the scent of the forge at the very edge of the island. He would sit outside the blacksmith's shop, peering in the windows as he stood on a small box to support himself. He loved watching the blacksmith at work, creating weapons, trinkets, and gifts of metal from what looked to be molten lava. It was an art form, creating something useful and purposeful from crude materials. And Hephaestus had never felt so destined and drawn to something like that before. It felt like this is what he was made for. Not long after, the blacksmith took Hephaestus under his wing. But it didn't take long for Hephaestus to surpass the blacksmith in skill. When he was in front of the forge at work, it was like magic, like he was being compelled and driven by something deep, deep within him that few people ever experience. As a young child, he made trinkets and toys, but now he was making the finest weapons in all of Greece. And soon, it wasn't just Greece. Word spread of Hephaestus's weapons, and the Greek gods took an interest in him. Meanwhile, as Hephaestus became an adult, he started wondering about his lineage, about his roots, and primarily about his parents. He felt different in some ways, not because of his deformity, but because of his ability. So one day he set out on a journey, speaking to anyone and everyone that he thought could help him discover the truth of his parentage. It wasn't an easy task because so few people knew of his existence and his true origin. But eventually, Hephaestus was able to speak to some people who knew his whole story. And when Hephaestus learned that he had been discarded by his mother, anger crashed over him like a wave. He was inconsolable, furious with his mother for her betrayal. Soon after that, some of the Olympian gods came to visit him, but not to get to know him or welcome him to Olympus, not even to discuss where he came from. They came to him eager to use his weapons, excited about his creations. Hephaestus shrugged them off at first, wanting nothing to do with the gods. But then he began to think about it. He lay awake at night, stewing about his mother, about the other gods, about his abilities, and an idea began to form. He wanted revenge on his mother for her betrayal. And with the gods being so interested in his creations, yet unaware of who he was, he knew he had the perfect way to get back at his mother. He created a vast, opulent golden throne. It was one of his finest creations, something he spent countless hours working on at his own forge. It was a throne fit for a queen, a throne that someone like Hera would not be able to resist. He delivered the throne to the goddess, presenting it to her with a smile on his face. He told her he had crafted it especially for her, using only the finest materials he could find. Hera was awestruck by the incredible throne, transfixed by its craftsmanship and undeniable beauty. She thanked Hephaestus profusely, and he went on his way, knowing what would ensue. When Hera sat upon the throne, she was suddenly trapped on it, unable to stand up. The other gods gathered around as she tried to escape the clutches of the throne, but it was no use. Even with her powers, even with Zeus's powers, there was no way for the goddess to free herself. Only then did the gods realize who Hephaestus was. They called upon him, begging him to release his mother. But Hephaestus shrugged, telling them that he had no mother. Frustrated and desperate to have his wife freed, Zeus sent Ares, the god of war, down to collect Hephaestus. But when Ares arrived, Hephaestus confronted him with torches, scaring the god away. This struck fear in the hearts of the gods. They didn't understand how Hephaestus could scare away the god of war. For the second time in such a short period, they came to really see the extent of his power. Next, Zeus sent down Dionysus, the god of wine. Dionysus approached Hephaestus with a calm demeanor, much less threatening than Ares had. The two had a jovial afternoon together, one where Dionysus slipped Hephaestus glass after glass of wine. Soon, Hephaestus became so intoxicated by the delicious wine that he fell asleep. Dionysus loaded the sleeping, inebriated Hephaestus onto the back of a mule. The journey back to Olympus was a long one, but Dionysus did it with no complaints. Instead, he passed wine to all that passed by and created merriment in the streets which he crossed, making the best out of a rather complex situation. When they finally arrived on Mount Olympus, Hephaestus got his wits about him rather quickly. Zeus spoke to him, asking him what he needed in order to release Hera. He offered to give him anything, something that greatly intrigued Hephaestus. Hephaestus declared that he would like Aphrodite's hand in marriage. She was considered by many to be the most beautiful goddess in the entire world, and Hephaestus agreed with that sentiment. Desperate to set his wife free, Zeus agreed, deciding he would rather face the wrath of Aphrodite than the wrath of Hera. Hephaestus walked over to the throne, quickly setting his mother free. She stood before her son, the same little boy she had thrown out of Olympus all those years ago, and tears began to form in her eyes. She apologized to him and commended him for becoming the man that he was in spite of her transgressions. Hephaestus stood there in silence for a long moment, surprised that his mother would apologize for her behavior. It was unlike the gods to admit to their own misdeeds, and she was doing it with deep sincerity. Hephaestus nodded, accepting his mother's apology. He had no desire to be close to her, but the resentment was finally gone. With Hera free and his relationship with his mother and his past stable, Hephaestus finally agreed to work with the gods. Soon, his forge was built upon Olympus. He had an entire palace on the mountain all to himself, a workshop where he would create weapons and equipment beyond anyone's wildest dreams. He went on to create Hermes' winged helmet and sandals, Aphrodite's girdle, Achilles' armor, Hercules' bronze clappers. He could create a piece of equipment imbued with magic that would allow the Greek gods or heroes to make it out of any situation they found themselves in. And though his work was valuable, for him, that wasn't the most important thing. Hephaestus had found his place. After being cast aside all those years ago, after spending years wondering about who his parents were, he finally had a place in the land he was from. He spent day and night in his workshop, a workshop of his dreams, crafting fantastical things that helped many gods on their journeys. As he watched them walk away, there would always be a twinkle in his eyes. He knew his work was appreciated. He knew his deformities didn't matter. And he felt fortunate that he was raised where he had been. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we dip into the utterly boring, snooze-worthy history of the great god Zeus. Oh, sorry, I meant to say Greek god, because some of the choices that Zeus made were far, far from great. But really, can you blame him? He's allowed to make mistakes, just like us. I mean, who hasn't turned their wife into a fly, or wiped out humanity with a giant flood, or given Pandora that totally normal and not at all notoriously dangerous box? Mistakes happen, after all. He is just a god. Zeus's story began in typical ancient Greek fashion. There was a prophecy, a betrayal, and a man eating a rock, thinking it was his child. After all, what is Greek mythology but a precursor to the modern-day soap operas that grace our screen? Zeus's parents, Cronus and Rhea, were titans. His father, Cronus, was the ruler of the world when the world was still fresh and new. There were no strip malls, no traffic, but also, devastatingly, no chicken nuggets. Yes, the world was a mosaic of cerulean seas that stretched in every direction to distant horizons. The fields were swaths of green and amber, speckled with bountiful wildflowers that swayed in the fresh, clean breeze. It was a place of magic, untouched lands. Birds flitted from tree to tree, basking in the light of the sun that shone down on them, casting golden cloaks of light across the land. And though the world was beautiful, full of opportunity and beauty, Cronus was far from focused on it. He wasn't the type to stop and smell the roses. Really, he wasn't the kind to notice the roses whatsoever. Because long ago, when Cronus took the throne from his own father, he was warned that one of his children would grow more powerful than him and take over his throne. And, in his defense, I imagine it was a pretty spectacular throne. If you are the ruler of the entire earth and cosmos, the least you can do is get yourself a little memory foam on your cold metal throne. When Cronus and Rhea's children came to be, Cronus gobbled them up, one after the other, locking them in his stomach where they could never escape. But Rhea, being a sensible, normal person could not bear the sight of her children disappearing at the hands of their father. Desperate to save Zeus, her last child, she spirited him away, sending him to a distant mountain to be raised by a tribe of nymphs. In his place, Rhea provided Cronus with a large rock that was wrapped in a swaddling cloth. With no hesitation, Cronus lobbed the rock into the air as if it was a piece of popcorn and swallowed it, satisfied that he had prevented the prophecy from coming to fruition. But, you see, the thing about prophecies is that, no matter what, they come true. The mountain where Zeus was raised was a wild, mesmerizing place. Cypress, olive, and oak trees scaled the side of the mountain, painting it in strokes of emerald, sage, and evergreen. Wildflowers seemingly sprouted from the soil everywhere, peppering the world with an array of oranges, yellows, pinks, and reds. It was, without a shadow of the doubt, a paradise. Rivers meander down the mountain, pooling as waterfalls at the base of rocky cliffsides. One could stroll along the rivers and many waterfalls for hours, leaving their troubles behind as they soaked in the beauty and majesty of the landscape. Though he had, in a way, been banished from his home, Zeus was already living in some kind of kingdom from the time he was born. In the mountains, tucked back into tiny, cozy homes, Zeus was raised in secrecy. A warrior, Kuretes, drowned out the sound of Zeus's crying by doing a battle dance where he clashed his shields loudly together with a ting, 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 ting. Next time there is a crying baby near you, remember this useful technique. I can guarantee you will soon forget all about the sound of the baby crying when your large, ancient metal shields are clanging together. The nymphs doted on Zeus, feeding his notorious ego from day one. They pampered him in the mountains, swaddling him in woven cloth and rocking him to sleep with music they played on their very own harps. He was nursed on the milk of Amalthea, a goat. Clearly, he was ahead of the times. If he was born today, I can assure you he would be nursing on the finest oat milk the world has to offer. From a young age, it was clear to the nymphs that Zeus was not a normal baby, and, honestly, they should have gotten that from the very beginning when he was spirited to them. Zeus possessed super strength and intelligence, impressing the nymphs with how quickly he was able to walk and talk. Soon, Zeus was old enough to begin training himself like any young hero or warrior. Nearly every morning, he would emerge from his cave and unsheath a sword in the breathtaking golden light of the rising sun. In the nearby meadow, he practiced his steps. He would sway back and forth across the grass, slicing through the air with ease. He was adept with a sword, though he was not trained by anyone. He knew he had power coursing through his veins. He could feel it every time he was practicing his fighting against a tree, or a stump, or a pile of leaves. He knew that in time, a real battle awaited him. But in the meantime, the inanimate objects would have to do. His training lasted for several years. By then, he had explored the entire mountainside by himself. He loved the babbling brooks, the raging rivers, the wonderful waterfalls, the terrific trees, the darn cool dirt. Really, he felt the most connected to himself when he was in nature, meandering through the beauty of the mountains was one of the only times when Zeus felt at peace. The sun shone down on his skin, warming his body and soul with its comforting rays. The breeze that swept off the top of the nearby ocean put him at peace, urging him to relax into himself and simply be. The life in the mountains was serene, the type of life that urged you to savor it, rather than labor through it. Often after practicing his fighting skills, Zeus would plop down on a rock on the edge of the mountain and look out over the turbulent sea beyond him. The waves were a mosaic of dark blue, of cerulean, of turquoise and cornflower, all flowing and twirling together in unison. Though the adult Zeus would much rather look at women than the sea, younger Zeus was much more focused on the beauty of the world around him. Soon the time came. Zeus felt strong enough. All those days of breathing cool mountain air, gliding through meadows alive with wildflowers, and nursing from a magic goat had prepared Zeus for his mission, a mission that had been foretold in a prophecy long, long ago. Zeus was to overthrow his father and save his siblings, but not yet fully embracing his godhood, he recruited the help of someone else, the powerful goddess Metis. Metis, a strong, beautiful winged goddess, was eager to help him in his quest. He knew to win the war against his parents, to win the war against the Titans, he would need his siblings, who were, in miraculous mythological fashion, still alive in their father's stomach. Cronus trusted Metis, though looking back, I'm sure he wishes he didn't. Metis presented him with a blue and purple drink in a chalice that was forged in their very own kingdom. She told Cronus that the drink would increase his power, but instead, it forced him to dispel his children from his stomach. With his siblings by his side, Zeus was able to throw over Cronus in the war between the gods and the Titans. In the end, the world belonged to the gods. Knowing sharing the earth was a large task, Zeus called upon his brothers Hades and Poseidon. They each drew for pieces of the world that would fall under their command. Hades drew for the underworld and got a bit of a bad rep for it. Someone has to draw the short stick, after all. Poseidon went on to take over the sea, and in Greek mythology, never did have a daughter named Ariel. A missed opportunity, certainly. And Zeus, of course, received the heavens as his domain. He was given magical lightning bolts for his role, which I'm sure many people would rather he was never gifted. The rest of the gods knew that Zeus was not to be messed with, and yet they couldn't help it sometimes, because he did the strangest things when he was mad, usually with those lightning bolts. After the war was over between Zeus and his father, life settled into a place of peace for quite some time. The gods settled upon Mount Olympus, giving them endless views of Greece and the kingdoms that they called their own. The kingdom was drenched in gold, fine furnishings, and art. Music played from nowhere all the time, perhaps by speakers made to look like garden rocks, or elevators tucked just out of view. Regardless of where the music came from, Mount Olympus was a place of immense beauty, luxury, and wealth. Lush gardens surrounded the plush living quarters, gardens that contained every fruit and vegetable imaginable. Benches nestled in the shadows of impossibly tall rose bushes, whose fragrance flowed through the entire estate. It was a place that was undeniably fit for the gods, and the fountains in the shape of them made that clear. Here, Zeus reigned as the god of thunder and the king of the gods. But of course, this was not something he could do alone. In awe of the power of Metis, Zeus called upon her to become his wife. Metis agreed, naturally, because he was the king of the gods, and his beard was miraculous. For quite some time, the two enjoyed the best relationship any of the Greek pantheon could dream of. They didn't conspire behind each other's backs. They didn't turn anyone into an animal, yet. And they didn't get rid of any humans to retaliate at one another. No, for many, many years, their relationship was a peaceful one. They lived in a beautiful home crafted of marble and the finest gemstones you can imagine. Their bed was a plush escape, lined with swan and duck feathers that they sunk down into each night and slept in like gods. During the morning, when the first rays of sunshine washed over Mount Olympus, Zeus and Metis would often go for walks together through the lush garden. Metis would breathe in the sweet, serene aroma of the freshly opened roses. She loved the way the air smelled up here on the top of the earth, the way it smelled of citrusy pine trees, of lofty cedars, of the briny ocean that she could make out from the highest point in the garden. It was a place of utter peace, a place where they could connect and just be. But often, Zeus was much too wrapped up in his role as a god to pay attention to the beauty around him. He spoke to Metis in hushed, worried tones about how others were trying to seek his power. Metis knew this was true, but she also knew that Zeus and his siblings could handle whatever was thrown their way. She warned her husband not to dwell on it too deeply. After all, he was starting to sound like his own father, the father he had slain. But Metis did not realize how close her husband's story would be to his own father's, and how, unfortunately, her story would end. When Metis fell pregnant with their first child, she was overjoyed. Zeus spoke to her belly, telling her child that they would be powerful and strong, just like their father. But soon, a premonition told them that the child may be even more powerful than Zeus. It was foretold that Metis would have a daughter even wiser and more powerful than her mother, and a son that would overthrow Zeus and become the ruler of the cosmos. Zeus was devastated by this premonition. He knew he could not risk losing his seat of power like his own father had to him. And so, just like his father, he concocted a plan to swallow his own child. Metis had the power to transform into any being or animal at will. Knowing this was a surefire way to dispose of her, one day, Zeus sat with Metis at their table by a crackling fireplace to enjoy dinner. As the sun set behind them, washing the room with a rainbow of oranges, yellows, and pinks, Zeus swirled his glass of wine and playfully teased his wife. He told her the only way she could become more annoying to him that night in particular was if she was a fly buzzing in his ear. Eager to taunt her husband, Metis transformed herself into a fly. But as she sailed through the air to buzz at Zeus's side, his entire demeanor changed. With a mighty bite, he took the fly version of Metis into his mouth and swallowed her whole. Zeus, not known for being the most empathetic of deities, rubbed his stomach and strolled off to bed, caring little about the wife and child he had just swallowed. As long as he remained in power, he was content with any choices he made, even if it involved eating flies. The least he could have done was urged her to turn into a hot dog or something. But soon, Zeus's nonchalant demeanor started to seemingly catch up with him. pounding headaches consumed his life, forcing him to remain in bed or lounging in darkness most days. He could feel a strange pulsing inside his head, and, at times, he swore he could hear the clanging of metal. The pain reached such a crescendo that Zeus hurried to the side of one of his warriors, begging them to split his head open to see what was going on inside. It was rough before MRIs came onto the scene, let me tell you. The warrior split Zeus's head open, and to his shock, a fully formed woman popped out. She wore remarkably strong armor and a stern, powerful look on her face. She introduced herself as Athena, the daughter of Zeus. She had been raised inside his head by her mother, Metis, and was banging her sword and shield together for years to garner Zeus's attention so that she could be set free. Reluctant, but knowing this was not the child that was going to overthrow him, Zeus welcomed Artemis into the Greek pantheon. She was a noble goddess, the goddess of wisdom, warfare, and weapons. The aura that constantly radiated off her told everyone this, no matter what room she walked into. But even the gods get lonely, and Zeus was no exception. In no time, he had his eyes on Hera, another goddess, and though their marriage would far from be a happy one and would put several humans, demigods, and gods themselves in danger, neither of them could ignore the attraction they had for one another, although that attraction wasn't showcased at the very beginning of their relationship. Hera was Zeus's sister, and you'll have to forgive them for that. There were not a whole lot of gods floating around back in the day. Wanting her attention desperately, Zeus turned himself into a cuckoo bird to seduce Hera. In retrospect, perhaps Hera should have seen this as a shining example of how cuckoo her life would become if she married Zeus. At their wedding, every god was in attendance. The room was awash in layers and layers of white flowers that glistened in the light of the setting sun. As they took each other's hands and said their vows, they could see the beautiful valleys and rivers of Greece far, far below them, painting the landscape with a story that they had a large, wonderful part in. When Zeus and Hera kissed, beams of sunlight shined down on them, illuminating them in a breathtaking glow. Many of the gods in attendance genuinely clapped, while others clapped out of not wanting to be smoked. But it wasn't long before someone saw the land as empty as wanting more. Prometheus, the Titan god of fire, crafted man and taught them how to use fire that was stolen from the gods of heaven themselves. Zeus was not one to be stolen from, and soon Prometheus found out. In classic Zeus fashion, he had Prometheus disposed of in a way that would surely awaken you from the peaceful slumber you are hopefully nearing. So I believe we are both better opting out of those details. In response, a frustrated Zeus did the most logical thing an early god could do. He decided there needed to be more than just men on earth. So he ordered Hera to create the first woman, Pandora. He urged Hera to create Pandora with a thirst for knowledge of all kinds. And, at the same time, he sent her down with a box full of troubles to plague mankind, ordering her not to open it. But Zeus knew the type of woman he had ordered Pandora be created to be. There was no chance that Pandora would be able to resist opening the box. She was a kid 2 weeks before Christmas who found her presents in the hallway closet. Can you really blame her for opening it? She was following the very nature of which she was founded. Pandora opened the box, and from that, the troubles of humankind began. Pandora apologized for the madness she sent forth on humanity, when in reality, Zeus had a rather big thing to do with it. He enjoyed passing blame, that one. You'll have to forgive him. There were no self-help books at the time. Humankind spread like a wildfire across the land. Zeus looked down upon them most days, and the majority of the time, he was horrified by what he was seeing. No one was kind, no one honored their gods, and none of them were faithful or righteous, except for a single couple. Deucalion and Pyrrha were much loved and respected by Zeus. They were pious, kind people who worshipped the gods and worked hard. Deciding that he was done with the problems of mankind, Zeus sent a massive flood to wipe everyone out except for Deucalion and Pyrrha. I'd like to believe they were on an ark of some kind, but the jury is still out on that one. After knowing that they could not survive on their own, Zeus sent bags of stones down to the couple. He urged them to toss the stones over their shoulders into the water, where they would be transformed into humans that Deucalion and Pyrrha could raise to be pious, understanding, and respectful of the gods and the earth. The next many, many years of Zeus's life were filled with escapades much like this. As humankind grew, his interest in them grew as well. He had several flings with women, nymphs, and others on earth. Hera grew to be an eternally jealous wife, though Zeus was equally jealous of her. Zeus had quite a thing for humans, though it seemed he could only gain their affection by trickery or switching into animal form. Over the course of his long, strange, questionable life, he transformed into a bull to earn Europa's affections, a swan to connect with Leda, and a satyr to connect with Antiope. It's possible they didn't like the beard otherwise, but unfortunately, we will never know their true feelings on Zeus. When Zeus wasn't seducing women, he spent much of his time coming up with ways to punish those that he disliked. And if anything, you cannot deny that Zeus was creative.
Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight we will journey to the mythic lands of ancient Greece, where gods walked among mortals and destiny was shaped by divine hands. Together, we will explore the tale of Ares, the god of war, and the mortal Cadmus. This is a story of strength, wisdom, and a bond forged in unexpected ways. Let this legendary tale of trials, loyalty, and love carry you into a deep and peaceful sleep. The towering peaks of Mount Olympus stretched high above the clouds. The wind whispered through the marble halls, and the soft glow of the setting sun bathed the stones in hues of gold and amber. Below, the world lay quiet and still, as if held in the gentle embrace of the gods themselves. In the distance, the soft murmur of a distant stream mingled with the rustling of olive trees, their leaves shimmering like silver under the fading light. All was calm, a rare moment of peace atop the sacred mountain. Ares stood on a broad terrace, his armor set aside, resting against a stone bench. He had recently returned from a great battle, and his armor was etched with the marks of countless clashes, scratches from swords, dents from shields, and the faint scourge of flames. Yet now, in the stillness of the terrace, the god of war found himself enjoying the quiet after the storm. He breathed in deeply, allowing the serenity to fill him, knowing that this peace, like all things, was fleeting. But for now, it was enough. Ares enjoyed the calm that followed a battle, the stillness that wrapped itself around the earth, as if to soothe the wounds left by war. Clash of steel, the shouts of soldiers, the chaos of the battlefield, those sounds had long since faded into the distance, leaving behind only silence. And in that silence, Ares found something close to satisfaction. There was a strange joy in this balance, knowing that while war brought chaos and destruction, it was followed inevitably by peace. This was the way of things, a cycle that had existed long before men fought their first battles, and would continue long after the last sword had been raised. As much as he relished war, Ares understood the necessity of peace, and in moments like this, he allowed himself to appreciate the harmony between them. From his terrace on Mount Olympus, Ares could see the breadth of the world stretched out beneath him. He could see the rolling hills of Greece, the city of Athens, the rivers weaving their way through the countryside. He could see villages and farmsteads with smoke curling lazily from their hearths and chimneys. There were soldiers in training, merchants preparing their goods for sale, and children playing. Ares enjoyed watching the lives of mortals, each day filled with its own small battles, its own quiet struggles and victories. Ares cast his eyes across the lands of Greece, resting them on a shimmering lake. He would see his dragon gliding gracefully through the cool depths. Its dark scales gleamed in the sunlight, catching the rays and reflecting them like jewels. The creature, despite its size, moved with a fluid elegance, its massive form cutting through the water without a sound. Ares watched his pet with pride. The dragon was a reflection of him in many ways. Powerful, fierce when provoked, yet content when left to its own peace. It was then that Ares spotted a mortal man, followed by a small army of other men. It appeared that the men were following something. Ares narrowed his gaze. It appeared that the men were being guided by a cow. Ares watched in amusement as the leader, followed by his men, headed towards the waters where the dragon lay. Interesting, Ares muttered to himself, the faintest smile touching his lips. Just then, a soft breeze stirred behind him, and Athena stepped onto the terrace. "What has your attention, brother?" Athena's voice was light, but curiosity laced her words as she came to stand beside him. Ares gave a small nod toward the distant figure below. "That one," he said, a note of amusement coloring his tone. "He's led himself into an interesting situation, I'd say." Athena's gaze followed Ares' gesture, her thoughtful eyes resting on the men in the distance. She knew the tale well. With a soft sigh, she began to recount the story. "That is Cadmus," she said quietly, "son of Agenor, king of Tyre. He has traveled long and far, searching for his sister who was taken by Zeus. His journey has been filled with hardship, and yet it remains fruitless." Ares listened, his interest mild but present. After many months without success, Cadmus turned to the oracle at Delphi for guidance. Athena continued. The oracle, in her wisdom, told him to abandon his search for his sister. Instead, she advised him to follow a magic cow. Wherever that cow chooses to rest, there he is to build a city. Ares chuckled softly, the sound light and almost playful. So, the oracle has sent him to my dragon, has she? His eyes sparkled with amusement as he watched the scene unfold below. Let's see how he fares. Though, I expect my dragon will not be so easily bested. Cadmus stood quietly as the cow settled onto the soft grass, its journey complete. This, he knew, was the place where his city would rise. But before the foundations could be laid, the gods must be honored. Turning to his men, their faces calm and trusting, he gave a simple nod toward the waters that shimmered in the distance. Go to the spring, he said, his voice measured and steady. Bring back water for the ritual. The men moved without hesitation, making their way to the nearby spring. Around them, the world was peaceful, the air still and undisturbed. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a warm, golden light over the land. The soft rustling of leaves in the breeze was the only sound, mingling with the quiet murmur of the water as it flowed through the rocks. The surface of the spring was clear and inviting, reflecting the fading sky like a perfect mirror. Everything seemed serene and tranquil. As Cadmus's men approached the spring, the water's surface rippled ever so slightly. At first, the men paid it no mind, thinking it nothing more than the natural movements of the water. But the ripples grew, spreading outward in soft, widening circles. From beneath the calm surface, a shadow began to rise. It moved slowly, deliberately. The dragon moved with a quiet grace, its enormous form rising fully from the water. Its eyes, bright and gleaming, held the ancient wisdom of a creature bound to protect something sacred. There was no anger in its gaze, only the steady resolve of a guardian fulfilling its eternal duty. Without warning, Dragon's tail flicked, sending a wave across the water as it surged toward the men. They barely had time to react, their movements slow and confused, before the dragon swept them aside as effortlessly as the wind bends blades of grass. The men were cast into the air. From his high perch, Ares watched the scene unfold with a faint, amused smile. His dragon had done exactly what it was meant to do: guard the sacred spring. There had been no true contest. The men stood no chance against the creature's power. Leaning back, Ares crossed his arms, his expression one of casual satisfaction. It seems they didn't stand a chance. He mused, his voice light as he glanced over at Athena. My dragon is not one to be trifled with. Athena stood beside him, her gaze serene as she watched the spring below. Perhaps they were not meant to succeed, she said softly, her tone thoughtful. Fate moves in ways even we cannot fully see. Ares chuckled, the sound low and indulgent. Perhaps, he replied, casting one last glance at the still waters before turning away. But for now, my dragon has done its part. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a golden hue across the quiet landscape, Cadmus made his way toward the spring. The cow rested peacefully on the grass. The stillness that surrounded him felt unnaturally heavy. The soft light of dusk reflected off the waters, calm and undisturbed, as if nothing had happened at all. But his men were gone. There were no signs of a struggle, no cries to echo through the trees. Only the silence of the spring and the faint whisper of the breeze. A quiet heaviness settled over Cadmus, but it was not the weight of sorrow or fear. It was the understanding that this land, this sacred and mysterious place, demanded a price. His men had fallen, not by chance, but by the will of something much larger than himself. He knew, then, that this was a task meant for him alone. There was no fear in his heart, only the steady resolve of a man who had learned to trust in the god's will. His path had been set long before he had arrived here, and now he would see it through. With a deep breath, Cadmus turned toward the spring, his steps deliberate and sure. He did not rush, nor did he falter. He had no weapon to draw, no shield to raise. All he had was his mind, his heart, and his trust in the gods. Cadmus knew that brute strength alone would not win this trial. This was a test of wisdom and faith. The dragon's power was undeniable, but there was something greater at play. The gods had led him here, and he would not waver. As he approached the water's edge, the stillness of the spring seemed to echo the calm within him. The dragon awaited, and Cadmus would meet it with neither fear nor rage. The surface of the spring rippled once more, soft waves spreading outward as the dragon rose from the depths. Its massive form coiled through the air with effortless grace, its dark scales shimmering faintly in the last light of day. The creature towered above Cadmus, its long, sleek body reflecting the quiet strength of an ancient guardian. The dragon's eyes, glowing like molten gold, settled on Cadmus. The mortal stood before the great beast, his heart steady and his mind clear. He did not reach for a weapon, nor did he challenge the dragon with force. Instead, he bent slowly to the earth, reaching for a branch from a nearby tree. The branch was light, its leaves soft and fragrant, carrying the scent of olive and earth. Holding it aloft, Cadmus stepped forward with quiet reverence, his movements slow and deliberate. He did not speak, for there was no need. The dragon watched him closely, its eyes narrowing as it sensed the will of the gods within the mortal before it. Then, with a low, rumbling sigh, dragon lowered its great head in acceptance. There had been no clash of weapons, no battle of wills, only the quiet understanding of fate. The confrontation was over before it had truly begun. The victory not of strength, but of wisdom. As the dragon withdrew, its massive form disappearing once again beneath the still waters of the spring, the landscape returned to its former serenity. The water, now calm and reflective, mirrored the sky above, which had turned a soft shade of twilight blue. Far above, Athena watched with quiet amusement. Her brother's dragon, undefeated by so many before, had been subdued not by force, but by a mortal's cleverness and empathy. A slow smile spread across her face. Cadmus had proven to be more resourceful than she and Ares had anticipated. There's more to him than I thought, Athena mused as she glanced toward Ares. And this mortal may yet surprise us. Ares frowned, his amusement fading as he watched the dragon retreat beneath the waters. His prized creature, a symbol of his strength and power, had been bested, not by the might of a warrior, but by a simple gesture of peace. The idea irked him, and a flicker of annoyance crossed his face. It wasn't the way of things in his view. Battle was meant to be won through strength, not cleverness. Yet here was Cadmus proving otherwise. Subdued with an olive branch, Ares muttered, his tone laced with irritation. This wasn't how it was supposed to end. Athena raised an eyebrow, her expression thoughtful as she continued to watch Cadmus. Strength alone does not define a warrior, she she replied, her voice calm but firm. Cadmus has faced many trials, not just with force, but with intellect and heart. That is what makes him worthy of the gods' favor. Ares scoffed lightly, turning fully to face her now. Oh, come on, Athena. Don't tell me you think he's some kind of chosen one. This was nothing more than a stroke of luck. He leaned forward slightly, the air between them light, but with a hint of challenge. If you ask me, he still has much to prove. Athena met his gaze, unfazed by his skepticism. Perhaps, she conceded, her voice even. But his journey is not yet complete, and the gods have their eyes on him. I would caution you, brother, not to underestimate the will of fate. Ares laughed, shaking his head as he looked back to the earth below. Fate, huh? You'll see about that, dear sister. He gave her a playful grin, his confidence unshaken. Perhaps I'll test his mettle a little further. Let's see if your clever Cadmus is as worthy as you say. Athena gave a small smile. She turned to leave, her parting words carrying on the wind. Just remember, she called back over her shoulder. The gods are watching as the waters of the spring shimmered beneath the fading light of day. Cadmus stood in quiet contemplation. The dragon had been defeated, but a sense of uncertainty lingered in the air. His men were gone, and though he had passed the trial, the path ahead remained unclear. Silence stretched around him, a soft rustling of leaves, the only sound that accompanied his thoughts. Before that silence could settle into doubt, gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the scent of jasmine and wisdom. Athena appeared beside him, a figure bathed in a soft, ethereal glow, like moonlight filtering through the branches. Her presence was calm, her gaze steady. You have done well, Cadmus, she said. But your journey is not yet complete. Cadmus turned to face the goddess, his heart still steady in the face of the unknown. What must I do? He asked quietly, his voice respectful. Athena smiled, her eyes filled with the quiet wisdom of the ages. Take these, she said, holding out her hand. Cadmus extended his hand, and into it, Athena dropped a handful of sharp, gleaming teeth. These are the teeth of Ares' last dragon, long since past. Sow them into the earth, and from them shall raise warriors who will aid you in building your city. Without hesitation, Cadmus pressed the teeth into the soft soil, one by one. The earth parted easily beneath his hands, as though welcoming the teeth into its depths. Around him, The air grew still, and the quiet seemed to deepen. The world itself seemed to hold its breath, as though waiting for the magic to take root. The soft rustle of leaves, the distant murmur of water, all of it faded into the background as the ancient power of the dragon's teeth began to stir. Slowly, the ground began to shift. A faint tremor rippled through the earth, and the soil parted once more. From the places where the dragon's teeth had been sown, figures began to rise, strong, fully armed warriors. They emerged with the grace and quiet strength of ancient trees, tall and unyielding. Their faces were solemn, their expressions unreadable, as though they had waited for centuries to be called forth. One by one, the warriors stood, their spears held high, the power of the earth coursing through their veins. They did not shout nor rush forward. Instead, they stood still. It was as if they had always been there, as much a part of the land as the rocks and trees that surrounded them. Ares watched the scene unfold below, his annoyance deepening with every passing moment. First, his prized dragon had been subdued, and now Athena, his own sister, was meddling in his affairs, and she, of all the gods, thought it was her duty to reward the mortal with new warriors. Ares' jaw tightened as he observed the warriors rising from the earth, fully formed and armed, awaiting Cadmus's command. The sight only fueled his frustration. She never knows when to leave things alone, Ares muttered under his breath, his fingers curling into a fist. His gaze narrowed on the scene below, the irritation bubbling up inside him. Cadmus did not deserve such a gift. With a flick of his hand, Ares decided to make his displeasure known. A mere gesture, but one filled with divine will. The once silent warriors turned their gaze from Cadmus to one another. Their expressions hardened, their grips tightened on their spears. And without a word, they turned on each other. The clash of steel echoed across the hills as the warriors began to destroy each other. Ares watched with a grim satisfaction, a small smile playing on his lips. Let her meddle all she wants, he thought. I will always remind them whose will truly commands the battlefield. Cadmus stood at the edge of the battlefield, watching as the warriors clashed. Their strikes were swift, their spears flashing in the soft light of dusk. Soon, the battle was over, and Cadmus was alone again. The warriors who had risen from the ground moments ago were now gone, their forms scattered like dust in the wind. As Cadmus surveyed the aftermath, a ripple of energy shifted the air around him. He turned, and there before him was Ares. Cadmus met his gaze, unwavering, but said nothing. He understood that this was not a time for words, but for reckoning. "You've done well," Ares said, his voice rich with amusement. "Not many mortals can face my dragon and live to tell the tale. You have strength, Cadmus, though it seems Athena had a hand in your success, as she often does." Cadmus met the god's gaze, his expression unwavering. There was no room for pride or indignation, only the steady realization that his fate had always been bound to the god's whims. Ares took a step closer, his eyes gleaming with mischief. "But now you face a different challenge," he said, his tone teasing. "You have dared to best my dragon, and for that, you must pay a price." He paused, allowing the weight of his words to settle. "I give you two options. Mortal, face your death here and now, or serve me for 8 years as penance for your actions." Cadmus's mind did not waver. There was no fear in his heart, only a calm acceptance of what lay before him. "I will serve you," Cadmus said simply, his voice steady. "For 8 years, I will be at your command." Ares smiled, a flicker of admiration crossing his features. "You are wise, Cadmus," he said. "Perhaps you will prove more useful to me than I first thought." He gestured for Cadmus to follow. "Come then. Your time in my service begins now." The days that followed were marked by a quiet sense of duty. True to his word, Cadmus served Ares without complaint. His tasks were varied. Some involved overseeing minor conflicts in distant lands, while others were simpler, such as maintaining order within Ares' domain. Each day, Cadmus carried out his duties with the same steady resolve that had guided him throughout his journey. There was no resentment in his heart. This, too, was part of his destiny, a path laid out by the gods themselves. And so, he adapted to his new life. At first, Ares regarded Cadmus as just another servant, but as the weeks passed, something shifted. Ares watched as Cadmus handled each task with quiet determination, never faltering, never questioning his place. There was a strength in Cadmus that went beyond the physical, a strength of spirit that intrigued the god of war. Though Ares would not say it aloud, he found himself growing fond of Cadmus's unwavering loyalty and calm demeanor. And there was a bond forming between them, subtle at first, but undeniable. Ares had tested many mortals in his time, but few had earned his respect as Cadmus had. The god of war began to look at his servant not just as a mortal, bound by obligation, but as someone who might one day stand beside him as an equal, someone worthy of a god's respect. Ares, ever the god of challenge, did not let Cadmus's service go untested. In his curiosity and amusement, he devised tasks that would push the mortal's limits, both in body and mind. Some challenges required physical endurance, overseeing the training of new warriors or managing difficult campaigns. Others were subtler, meant to test Cadmus's wisdom and strategy, negotiating peace between warring factions, or navigating complex disputes between rival clans. These were trials that could break lesser men, and Ares watched closely, waiting for the moment when Cadmus would falter. But no such moment came. In the evenings, after the day's tasks were done, Ares would often find himself sitting alongside Cadmus, overlooking the vast lands from his high perch. There was no need for conversation. The quiet between them was enough. A shared understanding that did not require words. One evening, as the two sat quietly overlooking the distant hills, Ares posed a question about a brewing conflict. Without hesitation, Cadmus offered a thoughtful solution, one that favored strategy over force. Ares listened, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. After a long pause, a rare smile tugged at the corners of his mouth. "You are wise, Cadmus," Ares said, his voice carrying a note of admiration. "Wiser than most of the gods." As the years passed, Ares began to notice a shift in Cadmus, not in his strength or loyalty, but in the way his gaze lingered on Harmonia, Ares' daughter. The interactions were subtle at first. Quiet smile here, a shared glance there. But over time, it became clear to Ares that something deeper was blossoming between the two. At last, the day came when Cadmus's years of servitude would end. Ares summoned the mortals to the terrace, where, nearly a decade ago, he had first watched Cadmus following the cow. "You have served me well, Cadmus," Ares said, his voice steady. "Your time here is complete. You are free to return to the mortal realm." For a moment, Cadmus stood in silence, his gaze drifting to the distant horizon. The freedom he had long awaited was within his grasp. yet his heart felt heavy. After a pause, he turned to Ares, his voice low but firm. "I wish to stay, my lord." Ares raised an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. "Stay?" he asked, genuinely intrigued. "Why would a mortal choose to remain in the service of a god when freedom is offered?" Cadmus took a deep breath, his thoughts turning to Harmonia, whose presence had become the light of his days. "As long as I serve you," Cadmus began, choosing his words carefully, "I am able to see Harmonia. But if I return to the mortal realm, I will be separated from her. I cannot bear the thought of that distance." Ares watched him closely. The god had noticed long ago how Cadmus's gaze lingered on his daughter, and how Harmonia's eyes often sought him out as well. A bond had formed between them, deeper than mere affection. For a moment, Ares said nothing, his eyes narrowing slightly in thought. Then, a slow smile curved his lips, one not of mockery, but of genuine amusement and approval. "So, you would remain a servant just to stay close to my daughter?" Ares' tone was less a question and more a test, his gaze challenging but not unkind. Cadmus nodded, his expression resolute. "I would, my lord. To be near her is worth more than any freedom I could be given." Ares studied him, the silence stretching between them. Then, with a low chuckle, he shook his head. "Foolish, perhaps, but admirable." Stepping forward, Ares clasped Cadmus's shoulder, his grip strong, but not harsh. "You are a rare mortal, Cadmus, and I do not deny that you have proven yourself worthy of more than servitude." Ares paused, his gaze turning thoughtful as he looked out over the land below. "Why settle for one life?" he mused. "Why not have both the mortal realm and my daughter?" Cadmus blinked, confusion flickering across his face. "What do you mean?" Ares turned back to him, a glint of something almost playful in his eyes. "I propose a better solution. Cadmus, return to the mortal realm, as is your right, but take Harmonia with you. Marry her. She belongs with you, and I believe you have earned the right to have her at your side." The words hung in the air, their meaning sinking in slowly. Cadmus's breath caught in his throat, a mixture of disbelief and joy flooding him. "Marry the Harmona," he echoed, barely able to contain the hope rising in his chest. Ares nodded, his expression softening, though his voice remained firm. "You have served me with honor, and you have earned more than my respect. You have earned my daughter's love. She is yours, Cadmus, and I will see to it that your union is blessed." The day of the wedding dawned with a golden light that bathed the land in warmth. A soft breeze carried the scent of blooming flowers, and the quiet murmur of anticipation filled the air. Gods and mortals alike gathered beneath the open sky, their faces serene as they awaited the union of Cadmus and Harmonia. Ares stood to the side, his usual air of fierce command softened by the occasion. He watched as Cadmus and Harmonia approached the altar, their hands entwined, their faces radiant with love. For the first time, Ares felt not the drive of battle, but a quiet pride, a sense of contentment in seeing his daughter united with a man who had proven himself worthy. As the ceremony drew to a close, the celebrations began in earnest. The gods offered their blessings, gifts of beauty, wisdom, and peace, while the mortals danced beneath the soft glow of the evening light. There was no rush, no sense of urgency, only a quiet, joyful harmony that filled the air. In this moment, all was as it should be, peaceful, balanced, and blessed by the gods. Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Chris, and tonight we will embark on a serene journey through the enchanting world of ancient Greek mythology. As we explore the captivating story of Dionysus, let the rhythms of this timeless tale lull you into a state of relaxation, gently guiding you to fall asleep under the spell of age-old legends and divine adventures. In the heart of a lush, ancient forest, where the sun's rays danced through the leaves, and the air hummed with the secrets of the earth, there lived Dionysus. He was unlike any other being in these woods, raised by the beautiful nymphs of the forest. Dionysus grew up believing he was one of them, yet always feeling a strange disconnect, a sense that he belonged to another world. The forest was a sanctuary of enchantment and mystery, where Dionysus roamed freely, his heart in tune with the rhythm of nature. The nymphs, graceful and wise, were his family, his protectors, his teachers. They shared with him the secrets of the woods, the language of the animals, and the melodies of the streams. One day, as Dionysus wandered alone, he stumbled upon a hidden glen where the vines twisted and turned in intricate patterns He reached out, and as his fingers brushed against the leaves, the vines shivered and grew, wrapping around his arm in a warm embrace. Startled, Dionysus felt a surge of energy coursing through him, a power he had never known, yet it felt intimately familiar. Confused and exhilarated by this magical moment, Dionysus returned to his nymph guardians, his heart pounding with questions. Under the canopy of ancient trees, they sat him down, their faces solemn. They revealed to him the truth of his origins, a story of divine lineage and tragic deceit. "Dear Dionysus," she started, her eyes meeting his, "you are not just one of us, nor are you merely a mortal. You are the son of Zeus, the mighty king of the gods, and Semele, a mortal woman of extraordinary grace and beauty." Dionysus's eyes widened. "Zeus, the ruler of Olympus, is my father?" he asked, his voice a mix of awe and disbelief. "Yes, my child," another nymph replied. "Your birth is a tale of love and tragedy. Zeus, in his admiration for your mother, Semele, came to her, and from their union, you were conceived." "But how? How did my mother perish?" Dionysus's voice trembled, a sense of foreboding enveloping him. The first nymph sighed, a note of sorrow in her voice. "Hera, Zeus's wife, out of jealousy, tricked Semele. She convinced her to ask Zeus to reveal his true divine form, a sight no mortal can endure. Unable to refuse her request, Zeus revealed himself in all his glory, and Semele was overwhelmed, consumed by his divine light." A silence fell, heavy with the weight of the untold. Dionysus, absorbing the truth of his origins, felt a storm of emotions raging within him. Sorrow for the mother he never knew, anger at the deceit that led to her demise, and a burgeoning curiosity about his divine heritage. "So, I am a child of both the heavens and the earth." Dionysus finally spoke, his voice steadier. "Bridge between the world of gods and mortals." "Yes, Dionysus," the nymph gently affirmed. "You are a being of both realms, destined to walk a path that blends the mortal and the divine. Your journey is unique, and your powers, as you have begun to discover, are a reflection of your extraordinary lineage. Dionysus stood there amidst the ancient trees, his mind a whirlwind of thoughts. He was more than he had ever imagined. A demigod, child of Zeus, destined for a path filled with wonders and challenges. The nymphs, with tears glistening in their eyes, encouraged Dionysus to follow his heart, to seek out his destiny beyond the forest. As the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, Dionysus stood at the edge of the woods, the threshold of his familiar world. He looked back at the forest that had cradled his childhood, then forward to the unknown. With a deep breath, he stepped out, embarking on a journey to find himself, to embrace his divine heritage, and to uncover the mysteries of his existence. The adventures of Dionysus, the god of wine and pleasure, had just begun. As Dionysus ventured beyond the protective embrace of the forest, he embarked on a journey across the varied landscapes of ancient Greece. With each step, his understanding of both the world and himself deepened, leading him towards his destiny. In a village caressed by the gentle Mediterranean sun, Dionysus discovered his first true connection to divinity. The villagers struggled with their vineyards. The grapes, though abundant, yielded only bitter wine. Dionysus, drawn to the vines as if by an ancestral call, touched them with hands that resonated with a newfound power. The vines responded, flourishing under his care, yielding grapes that produced a rich, ambrosial wine. Villagers, amazed by this transformation, celebrated Dionysus, hailing him as a blessing from the gods. This moment marked not just the discovery of winemaking, but the awakening of Dionysus's divine power, intertwining his essence with the vine. Word of Dionysus's miracles spread, and people from distant lands sought him, drawn to his wisdom and charisma. Among them were the marginalized, those whom society had cast aside. To these people, Dionysus offered not just the secrets of the vine, but also teachings of liberation, of finding joy beyond the constraints of societal norms. Dionysus welcomed everyone, his followers growing into a diverse community. They revered him not just as a teacher, but as a symbol of freedom and unbridled spirit. a god who transcended the ordinary. Inspired, Dionysus organized a grand festival in a hidden valley, a celebration of wine, art, and ecstatic freedom. His followers, adorned with ivy and animal skins, gathered in anticipation. As night fell, the valley came alive with music, dancing, and the flow of wine. Led by Dionysus, the revelers danced under the moonlight, entering a state of euphoric trance. The festival became a realm where the ordinary was transcended, where the spirit was freed, and where every soul connected with the divine. As Dionysus delved deeper into his divine nature, the devotion of his followers solidified. They began to see him as more than a master of the vine, but as a deity of transformation and transcendence. The Dionysian cult evolved from a gathering of followers into an organized community, with rituals that celebrated the mysteries of life and rebirth. The cult attracted a diverse array of followers, from artists and poets seeking inspiration, to farmers and laborers seeking solace from their toil. Dionysian rites became synonymous with liberation, with ceremonies that embraced the wild, unstructured aspects of life. In a defining moment, Dionysus stood atop a hill, overlooking a sea of followers in a valley below. The setting sun cast a golden glow, illuminating the faces of his diverse congregation. It was here that Dionysus fully embraced his identity as a god, a deity not of wrath or judgment, but of joy, freedom, and rebirth. He raised his arms, embracing the expanse of sky and earth, and spoke. "My beloved followers," Dionysus began, his voice carrying over the valley. "Today marks not just a gathering, but the dawn of a new era, an era where the joy of the vine will flow freely across the world, bringing with it the spirit of celebration, freedom, and unity." He paused, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, seeing the spark of hope and excitement in their eyes. For too long, the rigid structures of society have confined our spirits, stifling the true essence of what it means to be alive. As your God, I challenge these constraints. I bring a promise of liberation, call to break free from the shackles of convention and to dance in the light of true freedom. The air seemed to thrum with the power of his words, the essence of his message resonating deeply with everyone present. And To those who have felt lost, to those who have been shunned or misunderstood, know this: you have a place by my side. As the guardian of the misfits and the outcasts, I offer you refuge and acceptance. Under my guidance, we will forge a world where every soul, regardless of its journey, can find joy and peace. Dionysus's voice rose, infused with passion and conviction. Together, we will spread the joy of the vine to every corner of the world. We will celebrate life in all its forms, and in doing so, we will touch the divine. This is my vow to you as the god of wine, pleasure, and rebirth. As he concluded, the valley erupted in a thunderous cheer, the sound echoing off the hills and into the heavens. This chapter in Dionysus's life marked his transformation from a curious wanderer into a powerful deity. His connection with wine, his role in liberating the spirit, and his challenge to societal norms were now firmly established. As Dionysus's fame spread, his journey took him to the shores of the Mediterranean Sea. On a day when the sea was calm and the horizon seemed endless, Dionysus stood on the shore, gazing out at the vast blue expanse. A pirate ship, its sails billowing in the gentle breeze, approached the shore. The pirates, seeing Dionysus alone and assuming him to be a nobleman or a wealthy traveler, seized him, envisioning a handsome ransom. Dionysus offered no resistance, his eyes glinting with a mix of amusement and foresight. He was taken aboard the ship, where the pirates bound him with ropes. But the ropes refused to hold him, slipping off his body as if repelled by an unseen force. The pirates, initially amused, grew increasingly unsettled as their captive remained calm and unbound. As the ship sailed away from the shore, Dionysus decided it was time to reveal his true nature. The air around him shimmered with an ethereal light, and the ship began to transform. The sails turned into grapevines, heavy with ripe, luscious grapes. The oars morphed into serpentine tendrils, writhing and twisting in the air. The deck became covered with ivy, and the sounds of flutes and distant drums filled the air. The pirates, struck by terror and awe, realized that they had not captured a mere mortal, but a god. Dionysus, with a mere thought, filled their minds with visions of both pleasure and madness. Some danced uncontrollably, Others sang with voices they never knew they had, and a few cowered in fear, overwhelmed by the divine spectacle. In their panic, the pirates leaped overboard, seeking escape from the overwhelming presence of the god. As they touched the sea, they transformed, not into drowned men, but into dolphins. Their human minds remain, filled with the memory of their folly and the divine retribution they had faced. Dionysus watched them, his punishment a lesson rather than a curse. He did not seek to harm, but to enlighten, to show the power of the divine and the folly of underestimating the forces beyond human understanding. The ship, now abandoned, drifted to a nearby port. The story of the miraculous transformation and the fate of the pirates spread rapidly, becoming a legend. Dionysus's reputation grew, not just as a god of wine and revelry, but as a powerful deity capable of awe-inspiring feats and merciful justice. As Dionysus wandered through the lands with his growing band of followers, their path was illuminated by the joy and liberation they spread. Among them, a particularly zealous follower approached Dionysus with an idea that struck a chord deep within him. Great Dionysus, we have danced under many moons and shared the divine nectar across numerous cities, yet we have not graced Thebes with our presence. Its people are yet to taste the true freedom that only you can offer. The follower suggested, his eyes alight with enthusiasm. Thebes, the name echoed in Dionysus's mind, stirring a distant memory. He had heard of Thebes before, but the reason lay shrouded in the mists of his past. As they journeyed towards the city, Dionysus found himself haunted by fragmented recollections, like pieces of a puzzle, longing to be completed. It was during these quiet moments of introspection that the story the nymphs had told him unfurled once again in his mind. Thebes, the city where his mortal life began, where his mother, Semele, had lived and tragically died due to Hera's cunning deceit. It was in Thebes that his divine and mortal paths had first intertwined. Arriving at the gates of Thebes, Dionysus felt an unspoken bond with the city. Its streets and buildings seemed to whisper secrets of his past, of a life he never knew. Yet, he kept these personal musings to himself, focusing on his mission to spread the ecstasy of his cult, despite the excitement of his followers. Dionysus's return was met with resistance. Pentheus, the king of Thebes, viewed the god and his entourage with skepticism and fear. Determined to maintain order, Pentheus banned the Dionysian rites, proclaiming them a threat to the city's moral fabric. This decree only fueled Dionysus's resolve. He quietly began to invoke his divine powers, casting a spell of ecstatic madness upon the women of Thebes, including Pentheus's own mother. Under his spell, the women of the city left their homes, venturing into the wilderness to engage in wild, uninhibited, naked celebrations. Amidst this chaos, Dionysus slipped away to a place that held the whispers of his past, the ruins of his family home. Here, amid the crumbling walls and faded echoes of laughter and sorrow, Dionysus felt a deep connection to his mortal lineage. Standing in the remains of what once was, he called upon his divine heritage, focusing his powers to bridge the realm of the living and the dead. As the air around him shimmered with a ghostly light, a spectral form began to materialize. It was Semele, his mother, appearing as she had in life, radiant and full of love. Dionysus, overwhelmed with emotion, reached out to her. Though he could not touch her, the connection was palpable. "Mother," Dionysus whispered, his voice heavy with years of unspoken words. "I have so longed to know you, to understand the legacy I carry." Semele, her eyes brimming with both joy and sadness, spoke softly. "My dear son, your journey has been one of great trials and triumphs. You have grown beyond the bounds of mortality, finding your place among the stars and the earth." They spoke of love, loss, and the intertwining paths of gods and mortals. Semele shared her pride in his achievements and offered him peace, reassuring Dionysus that his journey was destined for greatness. As their conversation drew to a close, she began to fade, her form dissolving into the ether. "Be brave, my son. Embrace your path, for it is unlike any other," were Semele's final words, spoken with a mother's love that transcended the barriers of life and death. As the spectral form of Semele disappeared, another presence made itself known. Persephone, queen of the underworld, emerged from the shadows, her expression a mix of surprise and admiration. "Dionysus, your powers are indeed remarkable," Persephone said, her voice echoing the depths of the underworld. "To summon the spirit of the dead is no small feat. Your reputation precedes you, not just as a harbinger of pleasure and liberation, but as a deity revered by mortals. Dionysus, still reeling from his encounter with Semele, nodded respectfully to Persephone. "Thank you, Queen Persephone. My journey has been one of discovery, of understanding the breadth of my powers and my place in the world." Persephone guarded him with a knowing look. "Your actions have not gone unnoticed, Dionysus. In fact, Zeus, your father, has requested your presence. It seemed you have stirred the heavens as much as you have the earth." Persephone's words hung in the air, laden with both opportunity and uncertainty. Dionysus, still standing amidst the ruins of his past, felt a surge of conflicting emotions at the prospect of meeting Zeus, his father, and standing among the gods of Olympus. "I am both excited and fearful," Dionysus admitted, his voice betraying a rare vulnerability. "To meet my father, to stand amongst the gods. It's a destiny I've pondered in dreams, yet never fully grasped as reality. What awaits me in their celestial realm, I wonder." Persephone smiled. A look of understanding crossed her face. The path of a deity is fraught with both wonders and challenges. But remember, Dionysus, you are of both Earth and Olympus. Your unique nature is your strength. With these reassuring words, she beckoned him to follow. Together, they began their ascent to Mount Olympus, the abode of the gods. The path before them shimmered with an otherworldly light, winding through the clouds and beyond the bounds of the mortal world. As they climbed, the air grew thinner, and the sky shifted into a tapestry of ethereal hues. Dionysus felt the weight of his mortal ties lessen with each step, a sense of divine purpose filling him. The closer they got to Olympus, the more his apprehension gave way to a burgeoning sense of destiny. Finally, they reached the summit, where the air was alive with the powers of the gods. Olympus unfolded before him in all its glory, a realm of majestic palaces, lush gardens, and beings of incomparable power and beauty. Standing at the threshold of Olympus, Dionysus took a deep breath. This was the moment of truth, the meeting of his mortal past and his divine future. With Persephone at his side, he stepped forward, ready to embrace his fate among the gods, ready to meet Zeus, the father he had never known. As Dionysus stepped into the resplendent realm of Mount Olympus, he found himself amidst one of the famed parties of the gods. The atmosphere was electric, filled with the sounds of celestial music, laughter, and the clinking of nectar-filled chalices. It was a scene of divine revelry, and Dionysus, god of wine and ecstasy, felt an immediate sense of belonging. The Olympians, renowned for their grand feasts, had outdone themselves. Tables laden with ambrosia and other worldly delicacies stretched as far as the eye could see. Gods and goddesses danced and mingled, their forms radiating with ethereal grace. Amidst this splendor, Zeus, the king of the gods, noticed Dionysus's arrival. With a broad smile, he approached his son, his arms open in welcome. Dionysus, my son, your arrival brings even more joy to our celebration. Zeus boomed, his voice both warm and commanding. He embraced Dionysus. Dionysus, though initially overwhelmed, soon found his rhythm within the divine party. His natural charisma and affinity for celebration drew many Olympians to him, eager to partake in the delights of wine and dance he so generously offered. However, amidst the revelry, Dionysus's gaze fell upon Hera. The queen of the gods sat regally, her expression one of barely concealed displeasure at his presence. The memories of her hostility towards him and his mother lingered uncomfortably in his mind. Despite Zeus's words, Dionysus couldn't help but feel a twinge of apprehension. He was not one of them. Not really. He was merely a demigod, standing on the fringes of this celestial domain. He yearned for a place among the revered 12 Olympian gods, but those positions were already occupied by deities of immense power and ancient lineage. Despite Zeus's words, Dionysus couldn't help but feel, as the weeks went by, Dionysus was invited back to Mount Olympus on an almost daily basis. He became a familiar and lively presence at the divine gatherings. His infectious enthusiasm and mastery of wine and celebration endearing him to many of the gods. Dionysus brought a new vibrancy to their parties, infusing them with an energy and wildness that even the Olympians had rarely experienced. One day, after a particularly exuberant celebration, Hestia, the goddess of the hearth and home, took Dionysus aside. Unlike the others, she seemed distant from the revelry, her demeanor calm and contemplative. Dionysus, she began, I have watched you closely these past weeks. You bring a joy and a spirit to Olympus that is both unique and needed. My own path, I have realized, lies elsewhere. Hestia then revealed her decision to take an oath of independence and chastity. She felt increasingly out of place amidst the ongoing festivities and debauchery of Olympus. Her essence was tied to the hearth, to stability and peace, a stark contrast to the dynamic nature of the celestial celebrations. I wish to relinquish my seat among the Olympian 12. Hestia continued, her eyes meeting Dionysus's. I believe you are the one to take my place. Dionysus was taken aback by her proposal, feeling both honored and humbled. Together, they approached Zeus and the other gods to present Hestia's decision and Dionysus's potential ascension. Zeus, upon hearing Hestia's wish and Dionysus's potential to fill her place, contemplated the proposition. The other gods, having grown fond of Dionysus's vibrant character and his ability to bridge worlds, voiced their support. After a moment of thoughtful silence, Zeus agreed. Dionysus, he declared, your journey has been one of transformation and revelation. You have shown yourself to be not just a bringer of joy and liberation to mortals, but also a worthy member of our divine assembly. We welcome you as one of the 12 Olympian gods. The gods raised their chalices in celebration, heralding the arrival of a new era in Olympus, with Dionysus as one of its revered members. Dionysus, overwhelmed with gratitude and a sense of fulfillment, joined in the festivities, now not as a guest, but as an equal among the pantheon of gods. With Hestia's blessing and the acceptance of the Olympians, Dionysus's place in the divine realm was secured, marking a new chapter in his extraordinary journey from a demigod to a revered Olympian. Hello and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. My name is Chris, and tonight I will be your companion on a journey through the enchanting and timeless realm of Greek mythology. Our tale follows the swift and cunning Hermes, messenger of the gods. Allow the adventures of Hermes and the celestial drama of gods and nymphs to carry you into a tranquil world, easing you into a restful slumber amidst their tales. In the hushed twilight that cloaked Mount Olympus, the mighty ruler of the gods summoned Hermes to his chamber. Hermes, accustomed to the whims and urgent calls of the gods, found himself before Zeus's grand bedchamber. With a gentle knock on the door, Hermes entered. Zeus stood by the window, gazing upon the world below with a pensive air. Ah, Hermes, my trusted messenger, Zeus began, his voice betraying a hint of unease. I find myself in need of your unique talents once again. Hermes, ever observant, noted the uncommon sheepishness in Zeus's demeanor. "My lord," said Hermes, his voice steady and calm, "how may I serve you this evening?" Zeus sighed, turning from the window to face Hermes. The moonlight cast shadows that played across his divine features, revealing a rare vulnerability. "I have been indiscreet," he admitted, his gaze dropping to the floor before finding Hermes' eyes. "Hera has discovered my entanglements with the nymph, Lo, and she is understandably furious." Hermes was not surprised by Zeus's confession. The king of gods was known for his amorous adventures. "Zeus, you have indeed been a friend to many a lady," Hermes said, his tone light, attempting to inject a hint of levity into the tension. Zeus managed a wry smile at Hermes' remark, but quickly became somber again. "Yes, and now I fear Hera's wrath might disrupt the harmony of Olympus. Hermes, you have always had a way with words, a soothing balm for even the most tempestuous heart. I ask you to speak with Hera, to calm her storm," Zeus said, his request layered with both hope and desperation. Hermes felt a flicker of reluctance. Mediating between Zeus and Hera was no minor task. Hera's anger was as fierce as her love was strong. "Zeus, you ask much of me," Hermes replied cautiously. Hera's anger is not easily quelled, especially when it comes to matters of the heart. I know. Zeus agreed, his voice heavy with regret. "But who else can navigate the turbulent waters of Hera's heart with such grace and diplomacy? I entrust this to you, Hermes, not only as my messenger, but as a god of wisdom and cunning." Hermes considered Zeus's plea, understanding the weight of the task. To mend the rift between the king and queen of the gods was a daunting challenge. Yet, Hermes felt a stirring sense of duty. "Very well, Zeus," he finally said, his voice resolute. "I will speak with Hera. I cannot promise her forgiveness, but I will strive to bring peace to Olympus once more." Zeus's expression softened, gratitude shining in his eyes. "Thank you, Hermes. Your loyalty and wisdom are treasures to us all." Before venturing into the tempest that awaited Hera, Hermes sought counsel among the other gods. His path first led him to Athena, who advised, "Approach Hera not just with words, but with a gesture of reverence. Remember, respect is a currency she values above all." Taking Athena's wisdom to heart, Hermes then sought something that could serve as a fitting tribute. He knew Hera's love for her garden and its myriad of enchanting flowers, and so he chose a rare bloom, one that shimmered with dew and the light of the moon. With the gift secured, Hermes approached Hera's magnificent garden. The place was a testament to her love for beauty and order, filled with flowers of every hue. Peacocks strutted majestically among the flora. Their iridescent tails mirrored the vastness of the night sky, a sight to behold. In the heart of this splendor, Hera tended to her beloved birds, a presence as commanding as the peacocks were graceful. Hermes stepped forward into the garden, the rare flower in hand, and cleared his throat gently to announce his presence. "Great Hera, Queen of the Gods, your garden is as breathtaking as the tales say," Hermes began, his voice laced with genuine admiration. "I come bearing a gift." Hera turned, her gaze piercing, yet she couldn't help but notice the singular beauty of the flower Hermes offered. "Hermes," she addressed him, her voice cool yet measured. "Your words are as smooth as your path through the skies. What brings Zeus's messenger to my sanctuary?" Hermes, knowing discretion was the better part of valor, chose his words carefully. "My lady, Zeus recognizes the pain his actions have caused. He wishes for nothing more than to soothe the strife that afflicts your heart." Hera's expression hardened at the mention of Zeus, her eyes reflecting the storm brewing within. "So, Zeus sends his herald to placate me. He errs if he thinks a flower and sweet nothings will erase his betrayals." Hermes bowed slightly, acknowledging her anger. "I understand your anger, my queen. My role is but to convey a message of peace." A silence fell between them, the tension palpable. Hera's gaze drifted back to the flower, then to Hermes, a decision forming in her mind. "Peace," she mused, "is a luxury bought with a price. If Zeus seeks my favor, he shall have it, but not without consequence. Lo, the nymph who has caught his wandering eye shall be the vessel of my wrath." The declaration hung heavy in the air. Hermes, though skilled in the art of negotiation, found himself at a loss. Hera's intent was clear, and her resolve unshakable. She turned back to her peacocks, dismissing him without another word. The throne room of Olympus, usually a beacon of divine authority and power, felt unusually tense on this day. Zeus sat upon his throne, waiting for news about how the conversation between Hera and Hermes transpired. The grand doors opened, and Hera entered, her eyes pools of depth and wisdom, fixed upon Zeus with a cold finality that made the air around him chill. Zeus, Hera began, her voice resonating with a steely calm. Your pretty little distraction has been dealt with. Zeus met her gaze, though the edge in her tone caused a stir within him. Hera, my queen, he replied, maintaining his composure. What actions have you deemed necessary? Io will no longer be a concern, she stated, her words slicing through the tension. I have transformed her into a cow. Do not bother trying to find her. I've put her under the watchful guard of Argus Panotes. With his 100 eyes, no god nor mortal will be able to approach him without detection. Zeus, for all his power, felt a shiver snake down his spine. The finality in Hera's voice, the cold detachment with which she sealed Lo's fate, struck a chord within him. Is such severity necessary, Hera? Zeus ventured, an attempt to reason with her. Io should not be punished because of my indiscretion. Hera's gaze hardened, her resolve unwavering. It is not just Io who must learn the consequences of such entanglements. It serves as a reminder to all, yourself included, of the sanctity of our vows. Zeus, recognizing the futility of argument, bowed his head slightly. Your will be done, he conceded. With a nod, Hera turned, her cloak swirling around her as she exited the throne room. Her decree had been delivered, her authority asserted. As the doors closed behind her, Hermes made his timely entrance. The messenger god, swift and silent, approached Zeus. Zeus, Hermes began, his voice carrying a note of regret. I have witnessed Hera's decree. Despite my efforts, I was unable to sway her heart. For that, I apologize. Zeus looked at Hermes, his gaze reflecting a mix of appreciation and burden. Hermes, your efforts were valiant. Hera's resolve is not easily softened. But it is not your apology I seek. It is your aid. Hermes, ever attentive, inclined his head slightly. Zeus, with a sigh that seemed to carry the weight of the skies, shared his plight. Lo's fate weighs heavily upon me, Hermes. Hera has transformed her into a cow, and Argus Panotes, the 100-eyed giant, watches over her. His vigilance is such that not all his eyes sleep at once. It is a task beyond the reach of many. Yet, I believe your swiftness and cunning could achieve what others cannot. Hermes absorbed Zeus's words, the gravity of the task dawning upon him. To outwit Argus, a being of such unparalleled vigilance, was a challenge that demanded all of his guile and speed. Zeus, Hermes replied, his voice resolute. You ask much, yet the injustice dealt to Io cannot stand. If my speed and wit can serve to undo this wrong, then you shall have my aid. I will undertake this task and see Io freed from her bonds. Zeus's face, for the first time since the ordeal began, showed a glimmer of hope. Thank you, Hermes. Your courage and loyalty shine as beacons in these troubled times. With a nod of understanding, Hermes turned to leave, his mind already racing with plans and possibilities. Hermes understood that mere speed, though a formidable asset, would not suffice for the task at hand. The cunning messenger god knew that subtlety and strategy would also be required. Determined to craft a plan that would ensure his success, Hermes pondered his approach. To face Argus directly would be foolish, he mused, his mind weaving through possibilities. A disguise, then, to blend into the mortal realm unnoticed. The idea took hold, and Hermes set about gathering what he needed to transform himself into the very picture of a simple farmer. He collected worn clothing that spoke of days spent toiling in the fields, and a beard that would obscure his divine features. He could not replace his shoes, however. The talaria, as they were called, granted him unmatched speed. Even with his disguise perfected, Hermes acknowledged a critical challenge: the need to lull as many of Argus's eyes into slumber as possible. A lullaby, he thought, would be the key to softening the giant's vigilance. There was, however, one notable obstacle. Hermes was not a singer. His voice, though persuasive in speech, lacked the melodic quality to soothe and enchant through song. In search of a solution, Hermes turned to the Muses, the goddesses of art and creativity. Upon hearing Hermes' plight, they proposed an alternative to his vocal dilemma: an instrument to play the lullaby on his behalf. Delighted by this suggestion, Hermes ventured into a sacred grove. There, by the bank of a gently flowing river, he found his materials waiting. A cluster of reeds, each one a promise of melody. With careful hands, Hermes created his instrument, a panpipe. Each reed was cut to a different length to produce a range of soothing tones. The first breath Hermes blew into the panpipe was a moment of creation, a birth of music so enchanting that the very leaves of the grove seemed to lean closer. The melody that flowed was both simple and complex, a lullaby that carried the power to soothe even the most restless. With the panpipe ready and his disguise in place, Hermes felt a surge of confidence. The elements of his plan, each carefully considered and crafted, had come together. He was no longer just the messenger god. He was a strategist, an artist, and a liberator in the making. As the moon climbed high into the night sky, casting its silver glow over Olympus and the world below, Hermes prepared to set out on his mission. The path before him was fraught with danger and uncertainty. But the thought of Lo, ensnared and awaiting salvation, fueled his resolve. With the panpipe at his lips, and the guise of a farmer cloaking his divine nature, Hermes was ready to face Argus Panoptes. The night was a canvas of stars, each one a silent witness to the deeds of gods and mortals alike. His first steps were light, barely disturbing the dew that had settled upon the grass. The terrain of Greece lay stretched before him, a tapestry of beauty and myth. Hermes, with the speed that had earned him renown, traversed the land with ease. Yet, despite the urgency of his mission, he could not help but be moved by the landscapes that unfolded around him. Olive groves, bathed in moonlight, whispered ancient secrets, while distant mountains, their peaks touching the sky, stood as guardians of the world below. As he moved, the terrain shifted from the lush valleys adorned with wildflowers, their fragrance a melody of the night, to rugged hills that spoke of endurance and time. The gentle babble of streams accompanied his passage, a reminder of the ever-flowing nature of life, and the sea, its vastness a mirror to the heavens. Yet, it was not just the natural beauty of Greece that captured Hermes' attention. The remnants of human endeavor, temples and ruins, stood as monuments to the aspirations and devotions of mortals. In the quiet of the night, these places felt sacred, imbued with prayers and dreams long past, but never forgotten. Hermes' journey was a solitary one, yet he was never alone. The spirits of the land, the nymphs and the dryads watched over him, their presence a gentle reminder of the interconnectedness of all things. As dawn began to paint the sky with the first light of morning, Hermes neared his destination. The journey had taken him across the breadth of Greece, from shadowed groves to moonlit shores. Yet, as the silhouette of Argus's watchful domain came into view, Hermes paused. The challenge that awaited him was formidable, a test of wit, skill, and heart. The domain of Argus Panoptes was a place of formidable solitude, nestled in a valley where the shadows seemed to whisper secrets of ancient watchfulness. In the midst of this stark landscape, a field of cattle grazed peacefully. As Hermes approached, he heard the snores of the giant. As loud as they were, he could not see the beast anywhere. Taking care not to reveal his divine nature, Hermes melded into the shadows, donning his farmer's disguise with care. The worn fabric of his clothes and the rough beard he wore as part of his guise made him indistinguishable from any mortal who might wander these parts. With his talaria hidden, Hermes ventured closer to the field of cattle. Amidst the herd, his eyes searched for Lo, the nymph now trapped in bovine form. At first glance, the cattle seemed indistinct from one another. But then, like a beacon, one cow caught his attention. Even in this form, Io's grace was unmistakable. Her eyes, though changed, still sparkled with the essence of her nymph beauty. Hermes approached her cautiously, whispering, "Io, it is I, Hermes. I've come to rescue you." He wasn't sure if she could understand him, but the gentle nudge of her head against his hand suggested a recognition beyond mere animal instinct. Buoyed by this small sign of understanding, Hermes began to lead Io away, marveling at the simplicity of their escape. Perhaps luck is on our side, he thought, allowing himself a moment of relief. But then, the ground beneath his feet shifted, and what he had taken for a great hill stirred. Moss and earth cascaded from the form as it rose, revealing not a part of the landscape, but the slumbering giant himself. Argus Panoptes, had been mistaken for a hill. His clothes, a patchwork of earth and foliage, stood before Hermes. Giant's awakening was a slow rumble, a shifting of mass and muscle. Argus's 100 eyes snapped open, catching Hermes in the act of leading Io away. The eyes, bright and unblinking, focused with an intensity that turned the air cold. Argus rose to his full, towering height, a behemoth whose very presence seemed to dominate the landscape. The scale of him was immense, each movement causing the ground to tremble. His eyes, scattered across his body, ensured that no angle was left unseen, no shadow unchecked. Hermes, standing before this colossus, felt a surge of fear. The ease of their initial escape now seemed a naive fantasy. Facing Argus, with Io by his side, and only his wits and the panpipe as his allies, Hermes knew he had to act fast. His hand reached for the panpipe, the instrument that carried their only hope of escape. Brought the panpipe to his lips, but his mouth was dry with fear. He blew into the instrument, but no sound was made. But Hermes, known for his quick wit and resolve, drew upon his inner strength. Shaking off the paralysis of fear, he filled his lungs with the cool morning air and blew into the panpipe with all the focus he could muster. The melody that emerged was hauntingly beautiful. Argus, his advance momentarily halted, listened. The giant, for all his formidable presence, was not immune to the enchantment of the music. His eyes began to blink, heavy with a sudden and irresistible drowsiness. One by one, as the melody spiraled around him, his eyes closed, succumbing to the lure of slumber. The moment his final eye shut, Argus's massive form swayed, then fell to the ground with a crash that echoed through the valley. The snoring that followed was deep and sonorous. With Argus asleep, Hermes did not pause to relish the victory. He continued to play, the notes of the panpipe guiding Io away from the field. The melody served as both their shield and guide, enveloping them in a protective cloak of sound until they were miles away from danger. Only when the landscape around them had changed, the menacing valley giving way to gentler, familiar terrain, did Hermes allow himself to stop playing. The immediate threat behind them. He looked at Io, now safe under his watchful care. Hermes, feeling a mix of relief and triumph, addressed Io with a gentle assurance. "You're going home now, to your forest of nymphs. This ordeal is over." As he led Io into the heart of the forest he called home, her nymph sisters emerged, their faces alight with joy and disbelief at the sight of their lost companion. Without a moment's hesitation, they gathered around Io, their hands weaving through the air in a dance as old as time itself. Before Hermes' eyes, the cow was enveloped in a soft, radiant glow where the cow once stood. Io, in her true nymph form, reappeared, her beauty undiminished by her ordeal. With tears and laughter, the nymphs embraced Io. Hermes, watching from a distance, felt a profound sense of satisfaction at the sight of their happiness. His mission accomplished, he turned and sped back to Olympus, the wind at his heels. Upon his return, Hermes found Zeus awaiting news of the quest, his divine presence filling the space with anticipation. Io is safe and back among her own, Hermes announced, a smile playing on his lips. Zeus, his expression softening into one of relief and gratitude, nodded his thanks. He recognized not just the skill and bravery Hermes had shown, but also the compassion and cunning that had guided his steps. "Your deeds today have ensured that peace graces Olympus once more," Zeus declared, his words echoing the sentiment of all who would hear this tale. The story of Hermes' daring rescue and the reunion of Io with her sisters would be told and retold for centuries to come. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the skies of Olympus with hues of gold and crimson, a sense of tranquility descended upon the realm of the gods. For a brief moment, the usual tumult of divine affairs gave way to a peaceful interlude, a reminder of the harmony that could be achieved.
Good evening. My name is Chris, and I'm going to tell you a wonderful story that will lull you into a peaceful and restful sleep. Tonight, I'm going to tell you the story of unrequited love. A love that a god felt for a female who did not wish to reciprocate it. This story takes place a long, long time ago in ancient times, when humans and gods and goddesses, nymphs and magical creatures roamed our planet. This was when the light of the sun was known as the great god Apollo, and the glow of the moon washed over the earth every night by his counterpart, the goddess Serene. Apollo, the god of light, son of Zeus, had but one important duty: to drive a 4-horse chariot across the sky, to give light to all men, women, children, and living things. As he did so every day, Apollo would race his chariot from one end of the earth to the other, watching the world as it woke up beneath him every morning. Now, you must understand that Apollo was a god who held quite a lot of power. For with his light, the sunlight, he caused plants and trees to grow. He gave energy and power to every living thing. Without him, none could live as prosperously. And because he was the great god of the sun, he was loved by many maidens. Throughout his existence, Apollo fathered many children and took many lovers. Truth be told, the goddesses adored him, sought out a place in his realm, and wished to experience his love. The mortal women, too, often gazed up to the sky, admiring Apollo's warmth and strength. Apollo did not marry any women or goddess, but that is not to say he did not have lovers. He had dozens, in fact. But our story is about the first female whose beauty bewitched Apollo, before anyone else claimed his heart. She was also his most famous love. This female's name was Daphne, daughter of the river god Peneus. Daphne was a nymph, a beautiful, sprightly, and sensuous creature who lived among the sparkling ripples and waves of the water. Nymphs were not human, and not fully goddesses, perhaps minor goddesses, you could say. And there were many of them who roamed the earth, wherever there was nature, trees, caves, beaches, or meadows. You would find the nymphs gathering there. The nymphs were responsible for looking after the plants and animals of their realm. They protected the living things who grew freely, filling the earth with colour and vibrant energy. There were also many different types of nymphs. For example, the nymphs of the flowers, who lived between the blossom's petals. The nymphs of the breeze, who flew on the wisps of cooling winds that sailed around the earth, following their father, the wind god. There were nymphs of fountains, rivers, and springs, those who chose water as their constant companion. They were also called Naiades, the nymphs of trees and forests, whom some called Dryades. From the tall pines to the great oaks, the forests hid many of the nymphs between their branches and leaves. Then, the nymphs of the sands, who made their home amongst rocky shores and shell-covered beaches. These graced the tides as the ocean rolled back and forth, back and forth. There were many other types of nymphs, too many to name them all now. What is important to remember is that they were lovely, graceful creatures, and their beauty was, in fact, what shaped the earth's beauty. Daphne was a naiad nymph, caretaker of the waters. Her ethereal beauty was a blend of the water's restlessness and calmness. As she moved along the river, she caused it to flow in many directions, giving life and grace, and reflecting the sun wherever that river journeyed. One day, as Apollo raced his chariot high in the sky, he noticed his own reflection in the river, and, as he followed it, he also noticed the beautiful nymph who was responsible for keeping his water pure and flowing. Yes, there she was, her long hair dancing in the water, her naked limbs caressed by diamonds of light as they danced on its surface. The irresistible Daphne. Apollo had heard the other gods and creatures speak of Daphne and her beauty before, but this was the first time he saw her with his own eyes. He needed not even a full minute to decide that she was the most beautiful creature he had ever seen. He could hardly tear his eyes away from her, but duty called, and as the day wore on, he sped his chariot across the sky, from one end of the earth to the other, all the while thinking of this nymph he had seen, unable to get her out of his mind. When Apollo consulted his friends, they told him what he hadn't known before. Daphne was a peculiar creature, and he should be aware of this. She did not desire to marry any man or god. She was a nymph committed to her work, to caring for the water. There was no human nor god alive who could distract her from her daily tasks. "Trust us, we've all tried before," they admonished Apollo. The truth was that Daphne admired Diana, the moon goddess. Diana was said to be pure and chaste, while serving the universe as was her duty. And Daphne wanted to be just like her. She did not want to marry anyone and become committed to anybody, be he a man or a god. Well, as you can imagine, Apollo did not think this to be much of a challenge. The next day, as his chariot passed over her river, Apollo called out to her. Daphne gazed up at the sun god. "Showing off again," she said to herself. She continued swimming, continued ignoring him. And again, Apollo called out to the young nymph. "Daphne, don't you desire to ride with me in my chariot of fire?" he asked, but she paid no attention to him. Apollo tried to get Daphne to look at him day after day, but she could not be convinced. Finally, he decided to look for Eros, the god also known as Cupid. His arrows, when shot into the heart of any creature, would pierce them with love and desire. This was Eros's daily activity, and surely he could help Apollo out here, the sun god thought to himself. However, Apollo could not help but laugh when he found Eros and saw him playing with his bows and arrows as if they were great hunting weapons. Apollo felt proud of his own powers, which could not even stand comparison to Eros's single arrow trick. He swooped on over to the god of desire and gave a little laugh. "Why do you play with weapons of war? They are probably better off in the hands of someone who knows how to wield real weapons," taunted Apollo. "Hand them over, and maybe you should play with kindle flames instead." Eros was not amused. Apollo thought quite mightily of himself, and he was indeed powerful. But that was no reason to make fun of the other gods or their duties. "Strike everything else you want with your great arrows, Apollo," he called back, "and leave mine alone, lest they strike your heart." Apollo laughed, and was about to tell him that he did indeed need one or two of his arrows for Daphne's young heart. However, before the sun god could get any closer, here is what the god of desire, Eros, did. He carefully chose 2 arrows from his full quiver. One was a golden arrow. It was very sharp, and gleamed in the light that shone down from Apollo's being. This one he held carefully, fitted on his bow, pulled back the string until it was tight enough, and then pointed it straight at Apollo's heart. Upon release, the arrow flew through the air and hit its target. The sun god was smitten as he looked down on Daphne. If it was love that filled his heart in days past, now it was the desire so strong that nothing else could compare. But Eros was not finished yet. He had planned a second arrow, a very, very blunt one, this time tipped with lead. This one he adjusted to shoot straight to the heart of Daphne. And those who knew Eros and his ways knew that the arrows tipped with lead would do the opposite of love. They would repel. Whoever was struck by these arrows would also be struck with hatred for the one who was in love with them. And they would also be immune to all the so-called weaknesses that being in love sometimes brings. Now, you must remember that when this story took place, Apollo was still a youth. He had never been in love before, and, as we all know, falling in love for the first time is an experience unlike any other. And now, Apollo's first love was consuming his heart and mind. The way the sea consumes the sand when the moon's tide carries the water back to the shore. All day long, as he drove his chariot, he could think of nothing else but the beautiful Daphne. His wheels were on fire, and so was his heart. When night came, and the western wind had cooled the chariot, he still could not put her out of his mind. Daphne was the theme of his dreams. She ruled his thoughts as if a nymph could ever overpower a god. She never did fall in love with Apollo, for the arrow that pierced her heart was the one tipped with lead. Whenever he passed above her, she felt repulsed. She hated him. She despised him and wished he would disappear forever. Of course, she also knew that without the light of the sun, darkness might overwhelm the world. And so, if he must love her, then let him love her from a distance. She would not give in. Daphne was determined to stay as pure as the moon goddess Diana, whom she still adored. One day, Apollo could not stay away from the object of his love no longer. He followed Daphne as she flitted through the grass. It was a beautiful spring day. The flowers were blossoming around Daphne's feet. Little birds fluttered down to sit on her shoulders. As she walked, barefoot in the wet grass, Apollo thought to himself that it looked as if the grass beneath her feet shimmered in golden showers. The white-hot flames of his chariot shone down like a spotlight on her, and made the sparkles around her glow like an aura of beauty. He was mesmerized. Apollo came lower to touch her. He wanted to kiss her soft lips, feel her skin, caress her hair, and lie down with her in that golden grass. But before he could approach her, Daphne heard him moving and spun around. "Keep your distance, Apollo," she warned him. "Come now, Daphne," protested the sun god. "I am not your enemy, but your lover. I bow to you and you alone. I might conquer all others on earth, but you have conquered my heart, and I only wish to worship you, to kiss you." He moved forward to grasp her hair, but as Daphne heard these words, she began to run, and run, and run. The more afraid she grew, the faster she ran. She was spurred on by the fear in her heart, just as Apollo was spurred on by love as he started to chase her. She sped on, her heart racing, her hair blowing in the wind. He followed her close, his chariot gaining speed and wings on fire. Daphne could feel Apollo's heart close behind her. She picked up her feet and ran faster, faster, faster. But then, the nymph of the water realized that she could never, ever outrun the sun. She was nearly at the banks of the river, ruled by her father Peneus. She did not stop until her feet touched the water, and then she cried out, "Father, help me! Save me from Apollo!" She was calling out to the river god, her father, Peneus. In that fateful moment, Peneus heard her cry. He looked to see that his daughter was being overcome by a being more powerful than other gods. And if it was love that was spurring him on, well then, his power would be even more invincible. He knew what he had to do to save his daughter. No longer would she be the unbound, carefree nymph that she was before. No longer could she roam the forests, swim in the rivers, go wherever she pleased. He would change her into a different creature. But this way, she would not be overcome by Apollo. He would turn her into a laurel tree. It was a tough decision for any father to make, but Peneus knew that it would be for his daughter's own good. As Apollo came nearer, he reached out to grasp Daphne's arm, and with the other he clasped her waist to pull her towards him. Suddenly, the skin of her flesh started to dry up and grow darker, the color of bark. Apollo thought she had stopped and was about to turn to face him, when he saw from her long and nimble legs the roots of a tree grow outward and reach to the earth, digging themselves into the soil. He looked into Daphne's eyes and saw there was a look of both anxiety and relief, all at the same time. And as he gazed at her face, he saw it morphing beyond recognition. Her long, flowing blonde hair, those strands that he saw as jewels and had come to love, started to blow in the wind, reaching wildly up to the sky. He watched as her hair kept on blowing, kept on morphing, and took on the shape of leaves and branches. Apollo did not know what was happening to his beloved Daphne. A magical, mystical effect was taking place, but he did not know where it came from, or how. As he stood, looking at her now frozen, he thought he could hear her voice, even through her pursed and frozen lips. "I could never love you, Apollo, not in the way that you love me. I am the child of the earth, and forever here, connected to the earth, I will now stay." Apollo cried out in fear at this voice. He took a step backwards and gazed in astonishment. For now, he saw that the young nymph had completely morphed. She was no longer a girl, but a tree. A laurel tree with deep green leaves, steady branches, and a trunk rooted firmly in the earth. He tried to touch her, but she did not feel as supple as before. Woody branches now stuck out, poking at his fingers. Even so, he moved forward to embrace her. Still he saw beauty in that earthen tree, those deep green leaves. He reached out to pluck a few of the leaves, a few of the branches, and shaped them into a crown he placed on his own head. "Very well, Daphne. Since you cannot be my bride, at least you shall be my tree. You are my laurel one. I shall wear you always in my hair, and think of you all day long for every day to come." Daphne could hear Apollo as he spoke these words, but now a deep calm and peace had filled her heart. For her father had heard her cries, and had given her the chance to keep on living near the earth that she loved so much, and wait for no man, no mortal, and no god, no immortal, to ever touch her in a way she did not desire. In her mind, Daphne was free. She might be forever stuck to the soil. She might not have the freedom to move about as she once did. But this was the kind of freedom she knew how to treasure. This way, no other creature could ever own her. She could finally be like the moon, an object that all men admired, but no one had ever enslaved. She could finally live in the light of her heroine, Diana. Apollo was forced to go on with his day and his existence, and, oh yes, he did find other maidens to love, even other goddesses. Yet he never forgot his first love, Daphne. From that day on, Apollo always wore the wreath of the laurel tree in his hair, and, on Mount Olympus, anyone who had completed a mission fit to be honored by the gods was given a laurel crown to grace their heads as well. It was considered a mark of beauty, a crown of glory, and, to this day, men and women all over the world still speak of laurels won. It should also be said that from that day on, all other living creatures thought twice before they ever dared to mock the god of desire, Eros. For everyone learned from the mistake Apollo had made. In the land of ancient Greece, every 4 years, a laurel wreath was given to the winner of the Pythian Games, a competition held to honor the sun god, Apollo.
Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod's Sleep Stories. I am Arif, and tonight we will journey to the shadowed depths of the underworld, where the god Hades prepares a special gift for Persephone's return. As he strolls with his loyal companion Cerberus, Hades seeks wisdom from Charon and the Fates, discovering the true meaning of love and understanding. Hades stood on the balcony of his grand home, gazing out over the vast, shadowed landscape of the underworld. To the untrained eye, it might seem as if the underworld were painted only in blacks and grays, a muted world devoid of life. But he knew better. As his eyes softened, he saw the true colors hidden within the shadows, deep, velvety reds like embers in the distance, dark blues that whispered of midnight oceans, and greens so rich they seemed to pulse beneath the surface. It was a realm of color, subtle and secret, a beauty that revealed itself only to those who knew where to look. Normally, Hades found peace in these hues, a quiet pride in the way his world thrived in its own dark splendor. But today, it all felt dull, lacking the vibrancy it once held. The landscape seemed colder, quieter, as if waiting for something or someone. He sighed, feeling the weight of Persephone's absence settle over him. She had been gone all spring and summer, tending to the human realm, bringing life and warmth to fields and forests far above. Her laughter, her warmth, her presence, all of it was missing. Hades found himself counting the days until she would return. He turned and walked back into the house, crossing the dark marble floors toward his study. His calendar lay open on the polished desk. He leaned over it, smiling at the date marked with a small red flower. In just 1 week, she would return to him, and the thought filled him with a warm anticipation. I should give her something special, he murmured to himself. Something to show her just how much she's been missed. But what? He frowned thoughtfully, scanning the room as if the answer might reveal itself among his books or trinkets. It needed to be more than just a token, something meaningful, something that would remind her that this realm was hers too. Hades paced around his study, his thoughts spiraling as he tried to come up with the perfect gift. Frustrated, he sighed and rubbed his temples. Perhaps a walk will clear my mind, he muttered. There was something about the quiet shadows of the underworld that often brought him solace, and maybe even a spark of inspiration. He stepped outside into the stillness. A hint of a smile tugged at his lips as he called out, "Cerberus!" Almost instantly, there was the sound of thundering paws. Cerberus came bounding toward him with uncontained excitement. Each head wobbled with joy, tails wagging in unison. Hades crouched down, chuckling as he patted each head in turn. "There you are, my fierce guardian," he said, scratching behind one ear. "Ready for a walk?" Cerberus let out a playful bark, his 3 heads nudging Hades eagerly. "Come on then," he said, feeling a bit lighter. Together, they set off down the path, the soft glow of the river Styx lighting their way as Cerberus trotted happily by his side. As Hades and Cerberus strolled along the edge of the river Styx, the 3-headed dog began to prance around, his enormous paws kicking up bits of gravel. Hades watched him with a bemused smile as Cerberus bounded ahead, then turned back, each head looking at him expectantly. "What is it, old friend?" Hades asked, amused. Cerberus gave a trio of eager barks, his eyes full of excitement. Hades chuckled. "You want to play fetch, do you?" He scanned the ground until he spotted a sturdy, ancient branch lying nearby. Bending down, he picked it up and waved it before Cerberus. "All right then," Hades said, winding his arm back and sending the branch flying across the shadowy landscape. Cerberus took off after it, his paws thundering against the ground as he chased it down. In a flash, Cerberus reached the branch, all three heads snapping it up at once. He trotted back proudly, his tails wagging with joy. Then he deposited the branch at Hades' feet with a sense of accomplishment. "Good boy," Hades said, giving each head a gentle pat. He picked up the branch again, launching it even farther this time. Cerberus dashed after it, leaping with each bound, his joy evident in every movement. They continued like this for a while, until Hades accidentally threw the stick a little farther than he anticipated. Cerberus bolted after it, his tails wagging furiously as he dove into a bush. For a moment, all was silent. Then, with the rustling of branches, Cerberus re-emerged. But instead of the stick, he carried an old, battered helmet in his jaws. "Well, what have you found there?" Hades chuckled, crouching down as Cerberus trotted up proudly. Each of his heads held the helmet delicately, as if presenting a precious treasure. Hades took the helmet, turning it over in his hands and inspecting it. It was covered in dust and bore dents and scratches from battles long past. It was likely left behind by some wandering soul. Hades smirked, raising an eyebrow at Cerberus. "So, this is your idea of a gift for Persephone, is it? A dirty old helmet?" He chuckled, shaking his head as he gave Cerberus a fond pat. "I appreciate your creativity, my friend, but I'm not sure she'd fancy it quite as much as you do." Cerberus tilted his heads, giving Hades a puzzled look. The dog was sure he'd solved his master's dilemma. Hades laughed softly, his voice echoing through the quiet woods. "Thank you for your good work, Cerberus. You're always helping in your own way." Hades set the helmet down gently against a nearby tree, giving it a final pat as he straightened up. "All right, let's keep moving. There's still plenty of underworld left to explore, and perhaps a more fitting gift to find." As they continued along the mist-laden path, Hades noticed a figure up ahead by the docks. It was Charon, patiently guiding his boat along the river Styx. At the sight of him, Cerberus perked up and took off, bounding ahead with tails wagging. Charon turned just in time to brace himself as Cerberus leapt up, greeting him with enthusiastic licks and nuzzles. The ferryman chuckled softly, his normally somber expression softening as he stroked one of Cerberus's heads. "Easy there, Cerberus. You'll tip the boat over one of these days." Hades approached with a smile, watching his old friend and loyal companion. "Ah, Charon, I didn't expect to see you out here. I hope Cerberus isn't pestering you too much." "Not at all," Charon replied. He's good company in these shadowed lands. He brightens things up a bit, doesn't he? He gave Cerberus a final pat and straightened, his gaze drifting back to Hades. I hear Persephone will be returning soon? Yes, Hades replied, a hint of warmth in his voice. 1 week from today, to be precise. I thought I might find her a gift, something to welcome her back properly. But I've yet to find anything suitable. I don't suppose you have any ideas? Charon leaned on his staff thoughtfully, his eyes narrowing as he considered the question. That's a challenging one. Persephone deserves something unique, something as enchanting as she is. He tapped his staff lightly against the ground. You know, if it were me, I'd seek advice from the fates. They have a way of knowing things that even the rest of us do not. They might point you in the right direction. Hades nodded, mulling over Charon's suggestion. The fates were notoriously cryptic, but their wisdom was unmatched. If anyone could help him find something truly special, it would be them. Thank you, Charon, he said, a small smile playing on his lips. I suppose I'll pay them a visit. Perhaps they'll have a hint of inspiration for me. Charon inclined his head, a rare smile crossing his face. Good luck, my friend. If anyone can find something worthy of Persephone, it's you. With a nod of gratitude, Hades signaled to Cerberus, who obediently trotted back to his side. Come along, Cerberus, he said, glancing back at Charon one last time. The fates await. And with that, they turned away from the river and headed toward the shadowed paths that would lead them to the three sisters. Hades and Cerberus walked in silence, their footsteps softened by the thick mist that clung to the ground. The path had grown narrow, lined with twisted trees and darkened by shadows that seemed to stretch and coil, as if alive. They were deep in a secluded part of the underworld now, a place few dared to tread. Cerberus began to slow, his three heads lifting in unison, each one sniffing the air cautiously. Hades could feel it too. The power that lingered here was undeniable. He placed a reassuring hand on Cerberus's central head, whispering softly, "Easy, old friend. The fates mean us no harm." They continued forward, their forms nearly swallowed by the thick fog as they neared a small clearing. In the center, three shadowed figures stood, draped in robes that shimmered faintly in the dim light. "Good day, fates," Hades greeted, his voice steady but soft, respectful of the power that radiated from the three figures. The fates inclined their heads in unison, acknowledging his presence. Hades stepped closer to the first sister, Clotho, who sat at a small spinning wheel. Her slender fingers deftly wove threads into a delicate, shimmering tapestry. She was the youngest of the three, with a serene expression and eyes that sparkled like starlight. "Clotho," he greeted, his voice respectful. "I seek guidance in choosing a gift for Persephone, something worthy of her return." Clotho's fingers continued to move, the threads slipping through her hands as if they had a life of their own. "A gift, you say?" she murmured, her gaze fixed on the spinning thread. "Gifts woven from gold or gems hold little weight, for they are mere things. True gifts are woven from time, from love, from memories shared." She paused, lifting her eyes to meet his. "What you seek, Lord Hades, is something that cannot be bought. It must be spun from the moments you cherish, crafted from the heart." Hades nodded, her words settling over him like the soft mist that surrounded them. He felt the beginnings of an idea, a spark that had not been there before. Clotho returned to her weaving, the faint smile still gracing her lips as if she, too, sensed the path that lay ahead of him. Hades moved on to the second sister, Lachesis, who stood quietly beside a loom. Her fingers glided over a tapestry of countless threads, each one measured and cut with precise care. She glanced up as he approached, her eyes wise and unfathomable. "Lord Hades," Lachesis greeted, her voice calm and steady. "You come seeking a gift for Persephone, something that might measure up to your love for her." "Yes," Hades replied. "I want it to be worthy of her, something that speaks to who we are together." Lachesis smiled faintly, tracing the thread between her fingers. "Each life has its measure, its purpose, and its place," she said, speaking more to herself than to him. "You have more to offer than you realize, Hades. Think of what only you can give her. Measure your love not by what you buy, but by what you create." She looked at him then, her gaze penetrating. "A gift born from your own hands, woven from the memories you have shared and the dreams yet to come. Such a gift speaks louder than gold or jewels, for it carries within it the weight of both your past and your future." Hades felt the weight of her words, their depth resonating within him. The idea stirred and grew, becoming clearer. He knew now that the gift must reflect the journey they had walked together, the love that endured even as the seasons changed. Hades approached the third sister, Atropos, who sat upon a stone, ancient shears poised in her hands. As Hades met her eyes, he felt a profound respect for the power she held. Atropos, the ender of threads, was the one who knew the true value of time. She tilted her head, observing Hades with a keen look. "You wish to give Persephone a gift," she stated, her voice low and measured. "But remember, Hades, all things are fleeting. Even the moments you cherish with her are but threads in a greater tapestry." Hades nodded, listening intently. Atropos continued, "What is precious lies not in permanence, but in its ability to change and grow. Give her something that endures, yet remains in motion, something that can transform, as your love does, season after season." Her words sank into him. He understood then that his gift needed to be something alive, something that would bloom and fade and bloom again, something that would carry the essence of the life they shared together. Hades inclined his head, offering a deep, respectful bow to each of them. "Thank you," he murmured, his voice carrying the quiet weight of gratitude. "You've given me more than guidance. You've reminded me of what truly matters." With a newfound clarity, Hades left their dwelling, Cerberus trotting beside him. He now knew that the gift for Persephone must be something crafted from his own hands, something that would grow and change as they did. Hades and Cerberus wandered next to the Asphodel Meadows, a vast meadow of silvery grass where the souls of those who led quiet, unremarkable lives found eternal rest. Hades and his pet walked among them, feeling the soothing stillness of the field. He paused now and then to observe the gentle faces of the souls that moved nearby, their expressions serene and undisturbed. A few turned to him, acknowledging his presence with a faint, knowing smile. Hades nodded back, his heart warmed by the tranquility surrounding him. It struck him how this place, simple as it was, held a beauty uniquely its own. He knelt beside a patch of soft, pale flowers that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, their petals delicate and still. His fingers brushed over them thoughtfully. What if he could create something similar for Persephone? A place where she could escape the endless tide of souls, the demands and weight of her responsibilities. Somewhere peaceful, where she could rest and simply be. Next, Hades and Cerberus wandered into the Elysian fields, a paradise reserved for the souls of heroes and the virtuous. Here, the world seemed to bloom, vibrant and full of life. Rolling meadows were dotted with wildflowers, and towering trees stretched their branches skyward. Cerberus sniffed about, his three heads weaving through the flowers. Hades chuckled softly, watching his companion frolic among the blooms. As he continued along the winding paths, he felt the peaceful energy of the Elysian fields settle over him, filling him with a sense of calm and inspiration. The thought of Persephone drifted into his mind. Here, surrounded by such beauty, he felt her presence more keenly than ever. It was this kind of beauty that she brought to the mortal world when she walked the earth in spring and summer, the way life seemed to flourish wherever she went. He thought of her gardens above, vibrant and green, bursting with color and life. Then the idea came to him. What if he could bring a piece of that life, that light, into the underworld for her? A place she could call her own, a space that would be alive with her favorite flowers, where she could find solace amidst their colors and fragrance, even in the darkest months. It would be his tribute to her, a reflection of the world she loved, right here beside him in the underworld. Hades smiled to himself, a plan beginning to form. He would create a garden, a living, growing space that would mirror the beauty of spring and summer above. It would be a piece of paradise just for her, where she could retreat, away from the bustle of her duties, a small sanctuary that would remind her of the world she missed and the life they shared together. Hades returned to his mansion, filled with purpose and a newfound excitement. He wasted no time, gathering seeds and plants he'd carefully collected over the years, rare blossoms that thrived in the underworld's unique soil, glowing flowers that Persephone had always admired. For days, he toiled tirelessly, shaping the space just as he imagined, a place of life and color amidst the shadowed landscape. Cerberus trotted by his side, eager to help. Hades smiled, watching his loyal friend dig holes for the plants with his powerful paws, each head carefully inspecting the work as they went. Together, they transformed the once bare corner of the grounds, creating a vibrant oasis that stood out like a splash of color in a world painted in blacks and grays. He arranged delicate flowers that glowed softly in the dim light, planted vines that would curl gracefully around the garden's stone arches, and placed a small fountain in the center. Everything was crafted with Persephone in mind, each element chosen to bring her joy, to remind her of the world above, where she brought life to all she touched. As he stepped back to admire his work, Hades felt a surge of satisfaction. The garden bloomed before him, a striking contrast to the muted tones of the underworld, a reflection of the warmth and light Persephone would soon bring back to his realm. He stood in quiet contemplation, his heart brimming with love. In a week's time, she would be here, her laughter filling the halls once more. And when she saw this, her own little piece of paradise. He knew it would bring her as much joy as she brought him. Hello, and welcome to Soothing Pod Sleep Stories. My name is Arif, and tonight I will be your guide as we venture back in time to unwind with the ancient Greek myth of Zeus and Europa. A love story that will take us through wildflower meadows, over cerulean seas, and underneath the shade of towering cypress trees. When spring swept across the vibrant landscape of Phoenicia, nestled against the azure waters of the Mediterranean Sea, it was hard to ignore. The city of Tyre stirred alive as those first few rays of spring sun washed over the bustling streets and flourishing countryside farms. The grayness of winter seemed to melt away in an instant, and wildflowers popped up in its place, swaths of them that stretched from the sandy coastline all the way up the hillside to the towering mountain peaks that could be found inland. It was as if the earth itself was rejoicing, putting on a new, colorful outfit for the glorious warm months that were to come. And in that spring wonderland, there was a young woman in the royal family who truly enjoyed it for all of its beauty and magic. Europa was the daughter of the king of Phoenicia, and as such, she lived a life that was brimming with innumerable comforts and opportunities for joyful days. But Europa wasn't the type of royalty to stay locked away in the castle, eating fine foods and lounging around until the sun set. Europa was a woman who relished in the freedom and beauty of the outdoors. As soon as the sun rose, she would be on her feet and out the door, eager to wander through the craggy mountains, the lush forests, and the long, fine stretches of meadows where the wildflowers were able to flourish. Most days, she would journey down, 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 down to the far corner of the family property, where she could escape from the prying eyes of her parents and the constant crowds of suitors that would gather around the castle, asking for her hand in marriage. Europa was a woman of immense beauty and intelligence, though she was not a woman interested in marriage with any of the suitors that came knocking on her door. She wanted to live her own life and to have her own marriage, not one for political gain, not one as part of a business deal, one of affection and love and respect. So, instead of speaking with these suitors, she spent her days on the far corner of the family property, where she could hide behind the rows of fragrant lilac bushes and pass her time. This is where she felt most comfortable. This grove on the property was a particularly stunning one that few people ever laid eyes on. It was nestled at the edge of the Mediterranean Sea. The rows of flowering trees were peppered all the way up to the cerulean water and white sand beach. It was a private cove, one where Europa felt like she could actually be herself in silence. Although she wasn't truly alone, there were animals with her, the squirrels and sparrows and songbirds who, too, were at home in this lovely stretch of wilderness. Europa felt like she had more in common with the animals around her than the people waiting for her in the castle. But there was one more reason Europa wasn't really alone. One reason that would not be brought to light until several months later. There was someone admiring her from afar. Zeus, who sat on his throne on the distant Mount Olympus, had been watching Europa for quite some time. Her immense beauty was the topic of many conversations among gods for several years. Zeus hadn't believed a woman of such beauty could possibly exist until he laid eyes on her. Her radiant dark hair and flecked green eyes immediately drew Zeus to her, unlike ever before. Though, the more he admired her from afar, the more in love Zeus fell. It wasn't just her physical beauty that Zeus was attracted to. It was the beauty of her caring personality. On more than one occasion, Zeus watched as Europa walked inland through the fields of flowers. She would grab a small leaf and dip it in the bubbling freshwater stream there, allowing the cool, clean water to gather on the leaf. Then she would walk back, tiptoeing to avoid spoiling the water, and she would set the leaf on the ground beside an exhausted bee, saving its life. She cared so deeply for the smallest, most insignificant creature that she would take a 30-minute journey just to provide them with a little fresh water. Zeus saw her do this time and time again, and each time he found himself falling more and more in love with her. He loved the way she would swing her arms as she walked, swaying gently in the flowing breeze like she herself was a daisy or a rose in the windswept field. He loved the way she would sing to herself as she dipped her toes into the cool, refreshing water of the Mediterranean Sea. The way the songs she made up were expressing her love of the land, her love of the ocean. Truly, he loved the way that she loved, with her whole heart, unaffected by the rules and expectations of her family and friends. Some days, he would watch her as she curled up under a juniper tree and closed her eyes. He'd see the rise and fall of her chest as she slowly fell asleep underneath the fragrant branches of the tree. Her fingers tangled in the grass around her. This continued for several months. The best part of Zeus's day was when he had time to admire Europa and check in on her. But one day, something changed. He tried to find Europa in the fields by the seaside where she normally would be, but she was nowhere to be found. Instead, she was in the castle. There were tears in her eyes, something that made Zeus's heart stop. Her parents were arguing with her, demanding that she get married the next day to a political ally. Furious and heartbroken, Europa fled out of the castle and ran across the meadow, tears streaming down her face. As she collapsed under a tree, exhausted and heartbroken, Zeus knew he had to do something. He couldn't bear the sight of her losing her future. And though it wasn't going to be easy, he knew what he was going to do next was right. In a surge of brilliant light, Zeus zipped across the Mediterranean as the sun set behind him. He landed in Phoenicia, hidden behind some trees away from Europa. And there, an otherworldly transformation took place. Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, became a stark white bull, brighter and purer than freshly fallen snow. In the meadow, on the other side of the trees, Europa comforted herself by picking wildflowers and braiding them into crowns and necklaces. As she wove the stems under and over, under and over, under and over, under and over, the tears in her eyes slowly began to dry. She was so focused on the task at hand and at being gentle with the soft flower petals that at first she didn't even notice the bull standing before her. When she saw him, she rose to her feet in surprise. For a moment, she thought she had to be dreaming. The bull was so beautiful, so majestic and graceful and powerful in its movements that she couldn't believe he was real. But it wasn't just the beauty of his coat and the elegance of his movements. It was his eyes. They looked so human, so full of wisdom, and so compassionate that she found herself walking toward the bull, taking slow, light steps. When she realized what she was doing, she paused, and then, only then, did the bull lower his head at her feet, bowing to the princess of Phoenicia. Seeing this movement of respect and understanding, Europa lowered her flower crown onto the bull's head, carefully and gently winding them around his horns. She felt truly connected to the bull at that moment, as if she were under a spell. She gently stroked the side of the bull's neck. His white fur was incredibly soft to the touch, like a silk cloth. For a moment, she stood there in silence, petting him and feeling her body relax as the anxiety and heartbreak of the day started to slowly melt away. She was starting to feel like herself again, finally distracted from the reality of the situation that was waiting for her at home. Ever so slowly, the bull then lowered himself down onto the ground. He gazed at Europa with a kind, gentle expression, wordlessly urging her to trust him, to take a seat on his back. Europa wasn't sure why. Perhaps it was her need to escape. Perhaps it was the magically calm feeling the creature gave her. But she climbed onto the bull's back, wrapping her arms around his neck to stabilize herself. She felt even more at ease then, like this was where she was meant to be somehow. Then, slowly, the bull rose to his feet. Europa was surprised when he started to move, and even more surprised when he stepped into the ocean before her. For a moment, worry began to crash over her, but that worry was brushed away the moment that the bull glanced over his shoulder at her, reassuring her. There was such calm and control in his eyes that Europa knew instantly she could trust him, that whatever was about to happen would be in her best interest. And as her home disappeared further and further behind them, until it was a mere speck on the distant horizon, Europa knew she was being saved. This creature, whoever or whatever it was, clearly had her best interests at heart. The journey was not an easy one. The waves of the Mediterranean Sea were as breathtaking, a kaleidoscope of dark blue, turquoise, cerulean, and aqua, as they were powerful. On occasion, a stray wave would crash over the bull and Europa, threatening to drag them under, but they stayed afloat. Europa would glance at the bull in disbelief, wondering how it was possible for a creature to be so strong, so resilient, that it could go against its very nature and power through these earth-crashing waves. Whenever a wave would splash against them, the bull would lift its head higher and back towards Europa, making it easier for her to cling to him. And though there were some scary moments on their journey, there were mostly beautiful ones. After a few waves, Europa no longer feared the strength of the sea, for she knew the strength of her Savior was far more powerful. Instead, she took the moments of calm to gaze at the world around her and truly take it in. And was there a lot to take in. The sun was sinking closer and closer to the horizon, painting the sky and sea with swaths of color unlike any Europa had ever seen before. The cotton candy clouds were reflected in the glassy water. The brilliant pinks and oranges and purples were like a watercolor painting unfolding before her very eyes in both the sea and the sky. It was so breathtaking that she had to hold back happy tears forming in her eyes. In that sunset, at the end of this very long day, she saw her future, bright, magical, and peaceful. Before long, there was a dark speck on the horizon, silhouetted by the sunset. As they drew nearer and nearer, Europa could hardly hold back her relief and her happiness. For the island before her was a beautiful one and an otherworldly one. It was Crete, an island she had long heard tales of, an island she had long read books about, and now she was seeing it in person, not just in her dreams. It appeared as though impossibly tall mountains had sprouted out of the sea, reaching for the vibrant sky overhead. The sunny island was peppered with isolated sandy coves, towering rocky peaks, and lush meadows and forests. Much like her home, Crete was awash in the brilliant colors of spring wildflowers. But somehow, Crete was so different. It was as though Europa had been meant to be there her entire life. When they stepped onto the white sand beaches of an isolated cove, surrounded by towering white mountains, Europa stepped off the bull's back and lay down on the sand. She closed her eyes for a moment as she sunk her hands into the sand, which was still warm and comforting with the day's sunlight. When she opened her eyes, the bull was standing beside her, eyes glistening. "You've saved me," Europa murmured. The tears of gratitude and relief could no longer be contained. She closed her eyes once more as the tears coursed down over her sun-kissed cheeks. But then she felt a human hand gently wipe the tears away. "I could not stand by and watch you live a life you were not meant to live. You deserve to be free, to be happy," Zeus said to her. She opened her eyes in surprise to find something even more beautiful and graceful than the bull. In fact, the man standing before her was the most stunning thing she had ever seen in her entire life. And though she knew who it was almost instantly, she couldn't quite bring herself to admit it. He wore a classic tunic, though his was woven with gold silk and dotted with elegant gemstones along the sleeves and the collar. His muscles peeked out of the top of the gown, seemingly sparkling in the sunlight. And then there was his hair. Europa could see where the bull's snow-white fur came from. Zeus had long, angelic locks that were the same hue, so white and pristine that they almost seemed fake. His blue eyes seemed to bury into her in a way that made her feel more understood than she had ever been before. He was, indeed, a god, and somehow that didn't make Europa feel mortal. "I am Zeus," he breathed, his voice as sweet as the nectar in the wildflowers around his feet. and I am Europa. I am indebted to you, she replied. But Zeus simply smiled at her, taking her hand gently in his own, as he replied, "You are not indebted to me. You are free to do as you please. However, there are some things you must know first." Europa followed Zeus as he led her through the small stretch of beach and up a flower-lined path. They walked further and further and further and further up the zigzagging mountain paths, around olive trees and juniper trees, underneath songbirds as they sang their beautiful songs, seemingly congratulating the couple on their safe arrival to the island. Europa was entirely aware of the feeling of Zeus's hand wrapped around her own. His large grip truly dwarfed hers, and yet it didn't feel controlling nor dangerously powerful. It made her feel safe, for she was a mere mortal and he a god, yet she could feel their pulses beating in unison against one another. She wondered, as they walked in comfortable silence up the mountain, how truly different they could be. When they reached the top of the mountain, Europa had to take a moment to savor the view before her. On this isolated plateau, the tallest on the mountain, there was an evergreen tree. The tree's emerald needles provided a breathtaking contrast against the navy of the sea that stretched to the horizon. Below them, Europa could see everything. Every valley and canyon and peak of the island below was aglow in the light of the setting sun. The island was a maze of oranges and pinks and purples, all mapping out the journey of day across the landscape. It was the most spectacular thing that Europa had ever seen, and as she took in the sight of the land and sea before her, Zeus took in the sight of her. She stood on her tiptoes at the edge of the mountain, as if that would somehow bring her closer to the view. Her fingers twitched against her collarbone as she took in delighted, shaky breaths, her sage eyes brimming with tears of happiness. In that moment, Zeus was once more reminded of what drew him to Europa in the first place. Her love of life, of the land. When she turned around and saw Zeus standing under the lone tree on the mountain, she felt at peace, though questions were swirling in her mind Why had this god chosen to save her? Why had he brought her to this beautiful lookout? She approached him slowly, her hands outstretched to take his. He smiled at her as he spoke, his voice soft and smooth. I've been watching you for quite some time, Europa. I saw you many weeks ago, saving bumblebees by bringing them fresh water. I saw you lounge in the meadow, taking naps in the setting sun. I saw the way you looked at the world around you with such love and compassion. Even from Mount Olympus, I could feel the warmth of your character, the light that you provide to this world. And slowly, my dear Europa, I fell madly in love with you. Europa couldn't believe what she was hearing. Her hands tightened on Zeus's as she gazed into his kind, gentle eyes. You fell in love with me? She asked, her voice quivering in the slightest. Zeus nodded, quietly assuring her, Indeed, I did. In that moment, Europa was overcome with warmth and compassion. Zeus, the god of the sky and thunder, seemed entirely human in this moment, vulnerable, honest, unlike anything she had ever seen him depicted as before. I'm not demanding anything of you, nor would I want you to lie about your true feelings. But Europa, my dear, I would be honored if you would spend the night here by my side. You are free to go back to your home if you would like, or stay here and make it your home, Zeus explained. Europa knew what she wanted. She sat down against the tree trunk, urging Zeus to sit beside her. They watched in content silence as the sun slipped down below the horizon, painting its final streaks of color across the night sky. Slowly, the orange sky became dark blue, then black. Stars began to appear on the inky black canvas, twinkling seemingly just above their heads. Europa rested her head on Zeus's chest, listening to the thump, 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 thump of his beating heart. Every so often, Zeus would raise his powerful hand, a hand that could cast lightning bolts and curses and magic too powerful for words, and he would simply play with Europa's glossy hair, gently. Europa could feel herself growing sleepy as they stared up at the stars together. Zeus smiled at her, running his hand down over her cheek and propping up her chin. I take it you intend to make this your home, then? The god asked with a smile. Indeed, I do, and I intend to make it my home with you by my side, Zeus," Europa replied, once more resting her head on his chest. Zeus told her the truth in a hushed, caring tone. He could not stay in this paradise all the time. He had obligations to tend to on Mount Olympus. However, he would visit her often and would be with her in spirit every single day. If she ever missed him, she could simply look up at the sky and be reminded of his love for her. Europa was confused. She opened her eyes and turned them to the sky. Zeus raised his hand and flicked a single finger up at the inky black sky. With that motion, the sky began to glitter. Stars, glistening brighter than any other star in the sky, popped up. They moved like shooting stars, glowing a rainbow of colors that took Europa's breath away. The stars gathered into a shape, radiating brightly one more time before they sunk into place. Only after the brilliant display was over did Europa realize exactly what she was looking at. Zeus had created a constellation just for her. A constellation of Taurus, the bull. And though it was simply a few stars, billions of miles away, Europa could feel the warmth radiating from them. She felt safe and protected by them. They will be there, looking down on you every single night, my love, Zeus promised, kissing Europa on the top of her head. That night, Europa fell asleep in Zeus's arms. Though Zeus himself didn't sleep, he lay there with her for hours, listening to the sound of her gentle breathing, feeling her draw him closer even in her sleep. It was a magical feeling Zeus had never felt before. How had a human captured his heart so fully and completely? By the morning, Zeus was gone, back on Olympus, where dozens of tasks awaited him. Though, when she opened her eyes, to her surprise, Europa found 3 gifts left for her on the island. There was Talos, an automation that circles the island's blue waters, protecting Europa from pirates or invaders at all costs. There was Lelaps, a hunting dog who never failed to provide Europa with a meal, and a javelin for her protection, which never missed her intended target. If the bull constellation over her head wasn't comforting enough, these gifts were another promise that Europa was safe, and this was her true home. Over the next few years, Europa lived on the island in complete peace. Zeus visited her whenever possible, spending the night with her underneath the evergreen tree where he had confessed his love all those years ago. From their beautiful union, Europa bore 3 of Zeus's sons, who admired their father and the island that they were able to call home. Though Zeus wasn't always by her side, Europa knew he was near, knew he was thinking about her. At night, she would take her children down to the shore, where she had first landed with Zeus. They would sit in the sand and listen to the waves as they lapped the shore over and over and over and over. Then they would turn their gaze up the constellation above their head. Europa would hold her beautiful boys close as she told them all about their father and the journey he had taken across the sea to ensure that they could live a free life here. She told them of the woven flower crown, of the impossibly high waves, and of the kindness in Zeus's eyes. And as she told these tales, she could swear that the stars overhead shined just a bit brighter. I hope you've enjoyed this story, and it has helped you reach a night of peaceful sleep. Please join me again tomorrow for another sleep story. Until then, sweet dreams.